Good morning and welcome to the August 3rd meeting of the DC Historic Preservation Review Board. This is a continuation meeting from our July meeting last week. My name is Marnique Heath, the chair of the board. Public notice of this WebEx meeting and participation instructions have been emailed to the project applicants and the HPO mailing list and posted on the Office of Planning website. The meeting is live streamed and archived on the Office of Planning's YouTube channel. Please be aware that if you're watching on YouTube, you will not be able to provide testimony. Those wishing to provide testimony must register in advance and join via WebEx. I want to ask each board member participating in today's meeting to now turn on your cameras, and I will do a roll call to acknowledge who's present. We'll start with Board Member Auerbach.
Good morning. Board Member Auerbach is present.
Good morning. Board Member Beatty.
Good morning. Board Member Beatty's present.
Good morning. And Board Member Failer.
Good morning, Board Member Failer present. Ooh, if I could say my last name. Good morning, everybody.
Vacation mind.
I better have another sip of coffee.
All right. Good morning, all. Since this is our continuation hearing, I will not go through the full preamble, and we can get right to our consent calendar cases. We have two that are coming back to us from last week. I know we asked for additional information. It would be great to have staff just make sure that we are pointed in the right direction as to what new materials were added. We received these late and I just want to make sure we're not missing anything. So the first case, if 2100 MLK, is that you, Amanya? Is she on?
Marnique, this is Steve. I don't see Imanya on, and I know Tim was also going to have a hard time getting to the meeting. He had another commitment first thing this morning. But I believe that both Imanya and Tim confirmed that they received the information that they thought the board was requesting, and they've been loaded into the box. I myself have not reviewed the updated plans, but they thought that they were responsive to what the board was asking for, and were comfortable with putting these back on the consent calendar as requested.
Okay. Gretchen, did you have questions you wanted to ask about these?
I'm
not sure that, or comments you want to make, since there's
maybe a combination of both. Maybe Mount Pleasant is first. Irving Street, I would like to request there's a flag test. I just feel like given the elevation and the topography of this site, it'd be good to do a flag test. I know they've done it says in the staff report the calculations have been done, so it shouldn't be visible. But I'm wondering if it's not possible just to do a flag test really quickly, and relatively quickly. I don't mean to make it seem like it's not an effort to do something like that. But I'm wondering if it's possible to do that to confirm that the addition will not be visible. And then on Martin Luther King, I looked at the additional packet. It seems like there's two line drawn sort of architectural technical drawing elevations with some clouded areas. The thing that gives me pause is that I don't feel like it gives us more information about what the materials are. We have that close-up partial front elevation, and the elevations show that the materials seem to be similar, but I don't know, does the brick color change? Some of the elevations make it look like there's a stucco finish, and it could just be that it's a quick elevation. The roofscape looks different. On V Street, there's a building next to this building that has a porch on the front of it. We don't know what those materials are, and I think that specifically that V Street elevation is going to be important because when you come up MLK, given the topography of V Street and the way the topo on MLK works, you'll see that in the oblique all the way up V Street as you come up MLK, either walking or in a car or on a bus as you'll go there. And just think it's important because it becomes part of the context of seeing back into the neighborhood for the continuity of compatibility with the historic district. I don't know. It's surprising to me because I know this development team, this architect, and their legal counsel have a significant amount of experience in presenting to us, but I just feel like I don't have enough information to really make a decision or say with any certainty that this proposed concept is compatible or not with the historic district because of the view angle, both from the commercial district as you round sort of the commercial area of the historic district into the residential, as it breaks down pretty quickly back there. I'm pretty familiar with that site because I have looked at it with other developers, so I know a lot about the topography and the issues with the garage and things like that. So I've looked at it in the past, and maybe that's the challenge. But I just feel like I don't have enough information to make a recommendation or provide a vote or note with certainty with what we're given.
Would you rather see this come back on the full agenda?
Either on the full agenda, or if maybe there's some clarity that could be given to the applicants about what's needed, so we know what all four elevations will look like, the consistency of the roofscape, and what is the building that's adjacent to this building on V Street, because it shows up in some elevations but not, and in plans but not. It's confusing to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I've spent my time with a lot of confusing plans, some of my own generation of confusing plans. Like I've drawn my own really confusing plans, but I'm not able to understand the project in enough complete dimensionality of it to know if it's compatible or not. I certainly trust staff and their professional ability, but we're asked to, based on what's submitted, make a recommendation about whether we think it's compatible or not, and I just don't feel like I have enough to do that.
Okay.
I don't know how anybody else feels from what they looked at and saw. Maybe everybody else is comfortable.
I do agree with you that it would be appropriate for us to see the building in its full context with each of the elevations. They included the page 12 and 13 are the same, the north and east elevations twice. And I'm wondering if that was an oversight and they intended to provide the other two elevations, but I would agree we should be able to see those. Are there other pieces of information that you would want to request?
There's a whole building shown on V Street with a porch
Mm-hmm.
that we don't have any information on.
The context of the surrounding.
No, it's right next to our building. It's part of, I don't know if it's part of our building.
Okay.
Or earlier construction of the building or a later phase of this building. I don't know.
Okay.
I just don't know. And then, or if it's part of this project. And then the roofscape has various different things like elevator penthouses, mechanical penthouses, different things shown. And that's going to be a pretty prominent element as you're looking up at the corner of the building when you're coming up MLK. And because MLK is such a prominent boundary street for this historic district, I think it's important to know what will this look like and how will it set as it sits in the residential feeling part of the historic district. And then you'll also be able to see this building from W Street looking back towards V Street. So understanding what that elevation looks like, I think is important. So we just need to understand it in the round, and there needs to be more consistency with what's being shown about this building, because it seems like there are a number of different iterations. I think maybe this is a project that's on a fast track somehow, and we've gotten elevations from various different eras of design, and it just needs to be consistent so we know what we're approving.
Okay. Would the rest of the board agree with requesting the applicant to provide this information? I think we can leave it up to staff to determine whether this should come back to us on consent. We just need this additional information.
I would concur with that, and maybe we can do a yes, but, or no, unless vote to codify that either way.
Okay. So, well, I guess I don't know if there's a motion for this, but
I think the motion would be, we would support approving these on the consent calendar pending review of the actions suggested by Board Member Phelan with staff, to staff. In
I,
other words, for example, if they do a flag test and staff is okay with the result of the flag test, it wouldn't need to come back to us.
sure, on Irving.
Yeah, correct. I'm using that as an
Yes,
example for both
yes.
cases.
Okay, okay. Okay, then I'll make a motion that we support, well, I'm less comfortable supporting MLK because if we get information and we determine that we find it not compatible because of the holes that are still here. I'm less comfortable.
That's fine. So then I would suggest let's break them into separate votes.
Yeah.
And then we
I
can
will do that. I'll do that. So on the first case, I'm going to hold off on making a motion and asking for a vote on this at this time, and rather ask that the applicant bring the requested details on the full development and consistent drawings such that the board is able to make a determination as to the compatibility of this development project. On B, I will make a motion that the board support the concept on the condition that a flag test be performed and that visibility is minimal to none based on the flag test.
Okay.
Okay, all right, thanks, Andrew. So the motion's been seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose? Okay, then the motion carries.
I would only add, Chair Heath, if there's any ambiguity about what we're looking for in item A, that I would be glad to talk to staff or whomever.
Okay. That sounds good. Noted. Thank you, Gretchen. All right, we have two informational presentations this morning before we get to our hearings. And so we will hear first on the women's suffrage movement in DC, a historic context study, and then the status update on the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines. Is staff making the presentation?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Kim Williams with HPO. We have the consultants who will be making the presentation, but I just wanted to give them a little introduction.
Great.
Today's presentation is informational only, as you said. It is on a historic resources study on women's history and suffrage in DC. It is informational, so you don't have to make any decisions. You don't have to adopt anything or designate anything at this time. It is to provide some context for some future designations that will be coming your way this fall, however. The historic resources study is a product of a grant application that HPO applied for from the National Park Service's Underrepresented Communities Grant Fund. And we applied for and were awarded that grant a couple of years ago. And then we entered into an agreement with the DC Preservation League to contract with the historic resources consultant to research and develop the historic context study and to prepare the 4 landmark nominations. on women's suffrage. So today's presentation is going to be given by those consultants, Quinn Evans, and the presenters are Patty Babin and Ruth Mills. So I would like to turn it over to them for the presentation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's Rebecca Miller from the DC Preservation League. We're really excited to present this today. Kim gave you the background, so it looks like I don't need to do that any longer. I just wanted to say that we're always really proud of our partnership with HPO, and we hope you enjoy the information that is presented from Quinn Evans. Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. And thank you so much. This has been a very exciting project, and Quinn Evans and our team has really had the privilege of working on this project with everyone, and we're excited to present today. Next slide, please. Just a little project description, and you can move to the next slide, please. So the fight for women's suffrage has roots across the United States, yet many of its most important movements took place in Washington, D.C. As in other political movements in the United States, Washington, D.C. was the center stage and launching point for women's suffrage and voting rights movements. This historic context study focuses specifically on the topic of women's suffrage in the District of Columbia. And in this context, suffrage is defined simply as the right to vote. The time period for the study begins in 1848, which is the year of the Seneca Falls Convention, and it ends in 1973, the year that Congress passed the Home Rule Act. Ultimately, the study serves as the framework for nominating sites to the DC Inventory and the National Register, a significant step toward honoring the contributions of women throughout American history. So this context study identifies important themes in the women's suffrage movement within the district. It organizes a timeline of events, it names critical players, and establishes a preliminary list of places that define this history. The project also included community outreach to identify themes and help develop the inventory of sites. Next slide, please. So as I discussed, this project, which Ruth will talk about in a little bit, identified some historic themes. The property types we'll talk about a little bit later with the 4 nominations. And again, this kind of outreach with both HPRB and then the public really helped inform our study. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Ruth.
Thank you, Patty. Good morning. So the historic context is divided into separate themes that explore the history of the women's suffrage movement and the related efforts of women to secure the right to vote in DC. The study chapters serve as the framework to identify significant DC citizens, buildings, structures, and sites associated with each of these themes. While the themes identified in this report, as well as the organizations, individuals, and the places associated with them are not exhaustive, the context forms the basis to identify and evaluate resources associated with the 7 themes. Could you go to the next slide, please? Theme 1, the historical background of the women's suffrage movement, provides a broad overview of the movement's development and events in the 19th and early 20th centuries. It begins with the Seneca Falls Convention in New York in 1848 that kicked off the women's suffrage movement, discusses the movement's fracturing over the 15th Amendment and its reunification in 1890, and ends by describing the revitalization of the movement in the 1910s and the final effort to pass the 19th Amendment, which was ratified in August 1920. Next slide, please. Theme 2, Politics and the Quest for Women's Suffrage, delves more deeply into the political strategy and tactics employed by members of the movement. There were 2 main approaches advocated by suffragists: passing a federal amendment to the Constitution or pursuing suffrage on a state-by-state basis. This chapter also discusses the anti-suffrage movement, which emerged in the late 19th century, including the National Association Opposed to Women's Suffrage, which moved its headquarters to DC in 1917. Next slide, please. Theme 3 identifies and provides summary histories of suffrage organizations, both local groups and national organizations with headquarters or local branches in the city. Notable among these local organizations was the Colored Women's League of Washington, Founded in 1892, the image here shows members of the League on the front porch of Frederick Douglass's house in Anacostia around 1894. Next slide, please. Theme 4, intersectionality, acknowledges that women of color and gender nonconforming women experience the women's suffrage movement differently from cisgender white women. This section foregrounds the different goals, strategies, and experiences of these women. Some of the women highlighted in the chapter include the women of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated of Howard University, Marie Bottineau Baldwin, a Métis Turtle Mountain Chippewa woman, Alice Dunbar Nelson, a Blackfield organizer who had intimate relationships with women, and Sofia Reyes de Vera, a Filipino woman who worked with the National American Women's Suffrage Association and later campaigned to extend women's suffrage to the Philippines. Next slide, please. Theme 5 discusses the obstacles women faced after the passage of the 19th Amendment and efforts by organizations and women in Washington, D.C. to educate new voters and advocate for voting rights. Some reorganized and shifted toward educating women about their newfound constitutional rights, while others fought to end voting restrictions and other tactics that kept women from the polls. From their headquarters in D.C., national organizations developed policy and directed efforts for state and local chapters. Next slide, please. Theme 6, Women in the D.C. Suffrage Movement, explains how women and local women's organizations played a large role in the D.C. suffrage and home rule movements. Despite the ratification of the 19th Amendment, neither men nor women residents of D.C. could vote in any election until the Home Rule Act passed in 1973. Women in the district established organizations, planned demonstrations and parades, and encouraged residents to register to vote. Next slide, please. Theme 7 explores the youth suffrage movement and the role of local women in achieving passage in 1971 of the 26th Amendment, which lowered the voting age from 21 to 18. The major efforts associated with the youth suffrage movement took place in the 1960s and early 1970s. Next slide, please. Properties associated with women's suffrage in Washington, D.C. represent a wide range of types. Individual buildings, such as houses, may be the residences of notable people or headquarters and meeting places of suffrage organizations. Sites include resources such as public parks and streets that were the location of important suffrage-related events. Districts may comprise multiple resources in close proximity to one another and sharing historic and cultural associations with the women's suffrage movement. And I'm going to now turn it back over to Patty.
Thanks, Ruth.
You're
Next
welcome.
slide, please. So using the context study, 4 properties were identified for either expansion on their listing, National Register or DC inventory listing, or our new nominations. Next slide, please. The first identified was the Mary Church Terrell House. This property is already listed in the National Register. It's a National Historic Landmark, and it's also listed in the DC inventory. Mary Church Terrell was a leader in the women's suffrage movement and participated in picketing the White House with the National Women's Party. But she also criticized dominant white women's organizations when they fell short of advocating for equal suffrage for Black women. And so this nomination, which was prepared by additional documentation, was prepared by DC Preservation League volunteers, and really expands on this context of Terrell's connection with women's suffrage. Next slide, please. The second property that identified was the Benjamin Ogle Halo House. This property's already been listed in the DC inventory, and it's also in the Lafayette Square Historic District. This additional documentation really focuses on the connection of the building to the National Women's Party. It served as the National Women's Party headquarters from 1916 to 1918, and from this location is where the National Women's Party really launched its campaign to picket the White House to convince President Wilson to support the suffrage amendment. Again, this was prepared by DC Preservation League volunteers. Next slide, please. One of the new properties identified that will have a new DC inventory and National Register nomination coming in the fall is the Polly Shackleton residence. Polly Shackleton was a leader in the DC suffrage home rule movement. She was an American Democratic politician in Washington, D.C., and she was elected as one of the original members of the Council of the District of Columbia in 1974 when the district received home rule. And this is her residence on Reservoir Road. Next slide, please. And the fourth nomination, a new nomination, is the Sofia Reyes de Vera residence on Cathedral Avenue. While advocating for Philippine independence and living in Washington, D.C., de Vera and other Filipinas joined local women's organizations that supported the American suffrage movement. Upon returning to the Philippines, these pioneering women formed women's clubs and eventually won the right to vote in 1937. The house served as the de Vera's family's residence from 1917 to 1923, while Sofia's husband was served as Philippine resident commissioner for Congress, representing the Philippines. So both of these properties, DC is pursuing owner consent. I believe the Shackleton residence has received consent, and maybe DC Preservation League can give us an update on the final property, but these will be coming for your review in the fall. Thanks. Hi, Rebecca.
Hi. Yes,
Thank
we
you.
are still awaiting owner consent on the Reyes de Vera house.
Thank you. And that's the end of our presentation. Thank you so much for letting us present today.
Thank you for this really informative and well organized presentation. It's great to see presentations like this prior to receiving designation nominations for related projects. So we really appreciate the time and effort you spend on this. Do board members have any questions for them?
The only thing, Chair Heath, I have as a comment, it's nice to also see not only addressing the theme of diversity and the issue of race within women's suffrage as a primary topic, not a secondary topic, but also to see note of potential for updating of existing nominations as well, where that information is lacking.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that is really important. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you all for this today. We appreciate it and look forward to seeing more. All right. We're ready to move to our next presentation on the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I think you know me by now, but again, my name is Hibel Gawish and I'm the project manager for the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines. And we just wanted to take this opportunity to provide HPRB with a status update and how OP is addressing some of the feedback we've received during the public comment period over the last few months and how we will be proceeding with making some updates to the document. Next slide. So the Office of Planning, as you know, released a draft Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines on Friday, April 21st for public review and comment, which ran through May 26 and included a public hearing at HPRB's May 25 hearing. A newsletter was sent to the project website subscribers as well as groups and individuals who have been engaged throughout the planning process. And during that 5-week public comment period, the OP project team conducted office hours and presented at multiple community meetings. Next slide. And to provide the opportunity for public comment on the draft guidelines, an online public comment form was open on the project website through the duration of the comment period, and in which 132 individuals submitted feedback through that public comment form. And in addition, OP received a resolution from ANC 3C, as well as emails from about 51 individuals and 5 letters from neighborhood and district-wide groups. And from the public comment form and emails that we've received, there was general support for the development guidelines and aligning the zoning in the Cleveland Park and Woodley Park commercial areas with the future land use map in the comprehensive plan. A key tension that was identified, however, and in which revisions to the development guidelines aim to address is balancing the need to produce housing units through increased heights and densities with historic preservation considerations, particularly around architectural compatibility. Next slide. On the next few slides, we wanted to specifically go through the comments that HPRB raised at the May session and go through ways in which OP is addressing those in the documents. There were 5 specific comments related to the development guidelines, which is to further develop the massing diagrams with greater granularity, evaluate how height transitions may be necessary for development that extends back from Connecticut Avenue to residential side streets, ensuring that the proposed relationships between historic 1- and 2-story buildings to tall buildings and additions is compatible, evaluating how expanded commercial floor plates on the ground floor might affect the urban vitality provided by the existing narrower storefronts today, and ensuring that language within the document makes clear that the historic preservation regulations regarding substantial demolition and facadism remains in place and are not being changed. Next slide. So I'm gonna go through ways in which we are making revisions to the document that could start to address these comments. The first one regarding massing diagrams, looking at modifying the diagrams or replacing them with new ones to show with more clarity where setbacks, where design guidelines regarding setbacks and step downs are being recommended, showing different 3D perspective views from whether it's street level or bird's eye view to show in a more clear way where these setbacks are occurring on a number of sites that are appropriate to demonstrate these strategies. So for example, on the top left corner along the east side of Connecticut Avenue in Cleveland Park, showing deeper setbacks where a new building is introduced above contributing historic buildings, and then upper story, further setbacks at upper level floors. And then also where new development is being introduced above a 1-story historic buildings, as in the case in Woodley Park, for example, at the corner site, again, using step backs above the historic buildings and then further step backs at upper levels that align with the adjacent historic buildings along that block. Next slide. We're also refining some of the section diagrams that we have in the document, again, to better clarify where step downs and setbacks should occur, especially as they relate to adjacent lower scale residential homes, specifically at the rear side of where new development might be introduced. So the street section on the left side shows a couple step downs in order for the building to, the building mass and form and height kind of compatibly transitions to lower scale residential buildings in the back and the rear. Also along the front, along Connecticut Avenue, looking at step downs that again align with the roof lines of existing adjacent historic buildings. So that's kind of the strategies along the east side of Connecticut Avenue, and on the west side where we start to see kind of existing taller buildings to the rear, maybe not so much stepping down, and those, the new building heights can be compatible with those. But again, looking at along Connecticut Avenue, variations in the wall planes to complement kind of the existing street wall. Next slide. And then generally for demonstrating compatibility, looking at clarifying narrative descriptions and including precedent images that demonstrate examples of how new development could be successfully integrated within smaller historic buildings. And images on this slide show examples of that in the U Street and Capitol Hill historic districts, where buildings upward of 7 stories were compatibly constructed and preserved historic buildings using similar strategies that are outlined in the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines, such as the use of step backs, complementary materials, and architectural articulation. And so we have examples of how that was successfully done throughout the district. And then we're also developing a new diagram that will show how an expanded ground floor commercial floor plate that results from an assembly of multiple properties can be achieved while maintaining the rhythm and scale of existing narrower storefronts. So this diagram here shows a case where an anchor retail can be placed at a corner of a larger development, taking up the width of a traditional 1 to 2 retail bays, with the majority of the retail square footage being placed either on an upper or lower level as recommended in the development guidelines. And again, we see many examples of that in cities here in the district and other cities adjacent to us, especially with grocery stores and department stores utilizing that type of strategy. And the 3D perspective here shows along the ground floor in gray, the existing historic kind of commercial bays, and then with new retail bays being introduced, kind of applying that same rhythm of storefronts to match the existing historic storefronts. And then finally, the development guidelines acknowledge that the historic preservation regulations state that vertical additions to contributing buildings must preserve the underlying structure and avoid substantial demolition. And we're further illustrating that how that might occur with building cross-section that shows how upper floor and rear additions can occur above smaller scale historic buildings, where new structural supports are introduced so that the new building does not apply pressure on the existing building. And we're also including precedent images of where that has occurred in other places in the district. So in terms of next steps, excuse me, we're OP is anticipating submitting a final Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines for HPRB's consideration in August. Excuse me. And conducting a hearing on the final at HPRB's September session. Along with the final document, we'll be also submitting a record of all public comments that we've received and a summary of changes. And that concludes my status update.
Great. Thank you so much. Any questions for Heba?
But can you remind us on what the deadline is for public comments to be received?
Is it passed?
Yes, that's correct. The public comment period ran from April 21st to May 26th.
Okay. Thanks.
So right now, OP is just doing some revisions and we'll be submitting the final in August.
Got it.
All right. Any other questions?
Just a comment to say thank you. I'm sure Chair Heath, you'll say the same, but it seems like there was a lot of work done, and that it's always the transition from the commercial into the residential that is the biggest challenge. And then the relationship of smaller scale commercial to larger scale development pressure based on property values and things. It's a reality today, right? And how do those things work together and not work together? And how do we want them to work together so they respect the heritage that's there, but still allow for development opportunities? I think this diagramming work has gone a long way and even begins to look at some of the alley conditions as well too. So I think that's really helpful.
Yes, I would agree.
Maybe even precedent for other historic districts have that similar struggle. Can think of one in particular.
Ahiba, I wanted to just express my appreciation as well for the time and consideration OP has given. The schematics show a lot of sensitivity, and I wanted to reiterate also the storefront scale and rhythm, which particularly for both sides of Connecticut Avenue and Woodley Park, and even more particularly on the east side in Cleveland Park, I think are character defining, so that OP is highlighting those as important I think is great. Just by my recollection, the Cleveland Park Library and the Cleveland Park Fire Station are the only publicly owned properties in the two commercial areas. Is that relatively accurate?
I think that's correct, yes.
Yeah. So I think, as the community continues to evaluate these guidelines, I think everyone needs to understand that these are generally private properties, and it will take some time for private property owners to even decide if they would want to implement anything like what is being suggested here. I'm not sure that there's a concern that something immediate, 1 year, 3 years would even be on the horizon. So there'd be a lot of time for property owners to work with the community on any potential redevelopment or adaptive reuse. But I do also appreciate that land pressure in an urban area is tight, and the need for housing is acute. So there are many different competing interests in these communities and citywide as we evaluate this. And I know OP is sensitive to that, and I know the Historic Preservation Office is sensitive to that. So again, I just wanted to reaffirm my appreciation for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heba. This is a great presentation. A lot of work has gone into this full effort, clearly, and we look forward to seeing the final development guidelines come back to us after the summer break, September.
Great, thank you.
All right. All right, we are ready to move on to our first case of the day, which is a historic landmark case. I'm sorry, historic designation case.
This is Kim Williams, staff. This is a historic landmark application for Eastern High School, which shockingly is not already a historic landmark. The application has been prepared by the Capitol Hill Restoration Society, and it is being prepared as part of a celebration of the 100th anniversary of the school. So I am going to pass it over to Joanna Kendig and Beth Purcell to give the presentation, and I will then follow up with my staff report following the presentation.
Hi, good morning, board members. This is Beth Purcell and Joanna Kendig. Hello. Right, can you hear us okay?
We can.
Thank you. Okay, could you go to the next slide, please? All right, in early 2022, the principal of Eastern High School and Mark Weinheimer with the Capitol Hill Community Foundation sought out CHRS and asked if CHRS would prepare the nomination for Eastern High School for its 100th anniversary, which is this year in 2023. So after the CHRS board of directors unanimously approved this, Joanna and I went to work on it. And in March 2023, CHRS filed the nomination, which ANC 7D is supporting. Next slide, please. The educational program at Eastern High School, the entire look at the building, its functionality, really reflects attitudes in the progressive era, which was about 1896 to 1916. So basically, if you think of the career of Theodore Roosevelt, this is the same time period and many of the same ideas. So the progressive era stressed social activism and political reform. It was a response to industrialization, urbanization, immigration, and political corruption. So one of the aspects of the progressive era was, for the first time, adolescence was recognized as a distinct life phase. One psychologist described adolescence as a stormy period of great agitation, when the very worst and best impulses in the human soul struggle against each other for possession. John Dewey, a leading progressive era educator, said that in this context, education is the fundamental method of social progress and reform. So this led to a huge focus on high school education, including not only academics, but organized activities, and that this would aid teenagers in navigating adolescence and in becoming good citizens. Progressive authors also believed that high-quality school architecture with taste, simplicity, and dignity in the matter of form and design would produce refined adults, I should say, who appreciated good architecture. So next slide, please. During this key periods in the story of Eastern High School, Congress was very, very involved. It was very hands-on with DC public schools in the early 20th century, not just with funding, but also with location, size of the school, facilities, fenestration, lighting, heating, ventilation. Basically, they were interested in all of these topics and had developed very definite views. So the Congress created a commission on DC schoolhouses, which issued its report in 1908 after visiting public schools in several cities. And the ideal high school, they thought, was this Yeatman High School that you see in the slide, which is a Tudor revival school designed by William B. Ittner, a well-known architect at the time. So when the Eastern High School was completed in 1923, at that time it moved from the old Eastern High School that you see in this slide, which had become very antiquated, and basically moved to the new Eastern High School building on East Capitol Street in 1923. So next slide, please. So the Schoolhouse Commission, reflecting values of the progressive era, had very definite ideas that they wanted to see implemented at all high schools, and mentioned specifically Eastern High School. So the school had to be larger than the one that you saw in the previous slide. They wanted a big campus, so there was plenty of room for sports, which was very important for adolescents. And as you can see, they basically built the school on 4 squares, so it has a large campus. They also specialized, or wanted rather, laboratories for science, all different kinds of science, and specialized classrooms for business, wood shop, auto repair, all of those things. And as you can see on the slide, that Eastern, when it opened in 1923, fully reflected progressive era values by the multiplicity of things, features that it offered. Okay, next slide, please.
Okay, this is Joanna. Yes, the school is located on the 4 squares. It's facing East Capitol Street. It's in Hill East area of Capitol Hill, our neighborhood, and It's an impressive presence facing on one of the major axes of L'Enfant Plan. But I particularly find it interesting that while it's 4 stories high, it does not overwhelm its neighbors, thanks to generous ground surrounding it. They picked 12. It is indeed comply with Schoolhouse Commission mandate. It's a large school on an expansive campus. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Yes. You see here the main entry facade of the school. So in 1920s, the new school was designed and built, and it was designed by first DC municipal architect Snowden Ashford and completed under second municipal architect Albert Harris. It was built in a collegiate Gothic revival style, and it presents its more elaborate facade, and this image is central part of it, to East Capitol Street. And so you see here is that prominent turreted central pavilion that shows up in our description. Slightly over a decade later, however, in 1930s, the school was modified and expanded with addition of a new co-ed gymnasium to the northeast and 2 floors of classroom replacing gyms on the north side of the building, sort of directly behind this image you see here. That addition, that work was designed and the construction completed in 1938 under the third municipal architect, Nathan C. Wyatt. Next slide, please. So 3 architects were involved, well, with the staff of draftsmen, et cetera, were involved in creating this school. Snowden Ashford, Albert Harris, and Nathan Wyatt. They have amazing list of accomplishments, many in the District of Columbia, but we will not go into the details. It's too much to handle. Next slide, please. So the design started somewhere in early 1920s. By 1923, the school was completed and opened in 1923 to great fanfare. This photo is not the school opening, but a little later, a celebration of commemorative flagpole installation. But I think when they opened the school, we were seeing similar crowd in front of it. Because according to Sunday Star newspaper article we encountered, they say, architecturally beautiful and representing the most modern type of schoolhouse, New Eastern High School, completed save the installation of furniture and equipment, is waiting for the middle of February, when its doors will formally be thrown open to receive some 1,100 impatient students, now uncomfortably quartered in the old building. So the image of that. The students are keyed to the highest pitch, awaiting the order which will send them into the new building. So the crowds were there waiting to move in. The base maps show the footprint of the building after it was completed, and then after the additions were built in by 1938. Next slide. We had access to wealth of drawings scanned in. However, the wealth was sometimes overwhelming, and not everything was well dated. However, the two floor plans we're sharing with you are the early design, not built this way, and definitely signed by credited to Ashford, This was design approved in 1920s. However, the first floor is showing entry on the first floor. That did not happen. The first floor levitated and the basement was inserted under it. However, what it does show is the pattern of classrooms and other spaces surrounding the single loaded corridors. On the axis, central axis, we have the entry, the auditorium, and in the back, gyms actually. We see the central ports which provide light to the corridors. Next slide. We see the same circulation pattern and the classrooms surrounding those orange corridors. However, this is a drawing from 1930s, proposed alterations and additions. And in the back of the auditorium, we see proposed classrooms, which indeed were built. The 2 stories of them were added on, replacing the old gyms, and the gym not on this drawing to the northeast was built. Next slide. Let me take you on a short walk around the block and around the school. We've gone to west to the corner of 17th Street and North Capitol, looking the end pavilion. I'm sorry, East Capitol. What did I say? Sorry. Okay, to East Capitol and 17th Street, and we see that end pavilion with the bay windows. Next slide. From counterclockwise from the top left, this is a side of seen from a corner of A and 17th Street towards the East Cap Street and the classrooms windows. The low piece there is top of the sub-basement boiler plant. Next on the right is that classroom, new classrooms wrapping around the auditorium. Bottom right, at one of the ventilation shafts, this impressive Gothic structure that's been preserved to this day. And in the left corner, we see the edge of the gym, 1930s, 1938 constructed gym. Next slide. Going around right side, another 2 views of the gym and a view of conservatory / greenhouse that started with 100 years ago. And on the upper left, we see the corner, the southeast corner of the main facade from across East Capitol Street. Next slide. Let me get my notes here. So for several decades, the school remained essentially as originally built. The first modernization project was undertaken in the 1980s by architecture firm of Perkins and Will. It involved upgrades and replacement of many materials and systems. To improve the building's thermal performance, and the original astral wood windows were replaced with new double glazed aluminum ones. Unfortunately, and as you see on these 2 top left photos, the top window transoms were filled with insulated panels. And all the original exterior wood doors were replaced with steel doors, those blue doors on the bottom. When the next modernization was commissioned in 2010s, the design team of Cox, Gray, and Spack, and Fanning Howie chose to consider historic character of the building and all other sustainability issues as well. Building exterior was essentially returned to its original appearance. Original brick and limestone trim were cleaned and restored where needed. Replacement aluminum windows were custom built with profiles matching original wood windows. However, operating in single glazed, in a double glazed manner. So as you see, as you saw walking around the building, and you're seeing in this another shot of the entry area, the classrooms were again filled with the light through all three panes of the tall windows as originally intended. And the main entry doors were rebuilt close, but not exactly close in appearance to original wood doors. The school, as I said, we believe was returning to original appearance. Next slide. The 2010s modernization did include major demolition of interior walls and full replacement of mechanical systems, but several key areas were preserved and restored. These included, and you top photos here, this included main entry with its grand marble stair and first floor over entry lobby with its leaded glass windows. And while interior, much of it is new, by maintaining the circulation patterns and preserving the important spaces such as the auditorium, architects retained a strong connection to school's past, to its original self. A majority of original corridor terracotta tile floors were preserved and restored, as did most of wood floors in the classrooms. And a little dark photos there, but those tile floors talk to me about the past over there. Okay. And next slide.
Yes, thank you. In 1954, DC public schools, including Eastern, were integrated after the decision in Bowling v. Sharp. The DC Board of Education moved quickly to integrate DC public schools. Since 1954, Eastern has continued its excellence in academics, music, and sports. In 1968, students at Eastern took the initiative to organize a Freedom School, which offered high school credit courses for the study of Black history. And after the Freedom School closed, these courses were added to the official school curriculum. The Armory space is now houses the Health Sciences Academy. It's a specialized program where graduates of Eastern who majored in this program are automatically eligible to be EMS technicians and eligible for immediate employment. Eastern is famous for its gospel choir, which continues, and it won a medal in international competition in 1988, and it continues to perform. Eastern is beloved by the neighbors for the marching band, which you see there in the slide, the blue and white marching machine. In fact, the affection is so strong for the band, where neighbors rush outside to hear the band as it practices marching through the neighborhood, that Capitol Hill residents are supporting honorary street name or streets near Eastern High School to be named the Blue and White Marching Machine Street. The school continues to have excellent school spirit, and it is in fact the pride of Capitol Hill. So thank you for hearing our presentation.
Thank you so much. Do board members have questions Go ahead, Gretchen. I see you nodding your head.
Yeah, thank you. I think the documentation about the building is really very, very interesting, and even the inclusion of plans that were modified. I know in the submission there's a little more detail about the how and why modifications were made. The one question I had is if there's information available, or if there was no information found to be available about the relationship of the school to the site and the grounds, with the development of the field and the tennis court, and the track.
We do have some information from the memoirs of the person who was the principal during this entire time period. And he basically said that a lot of regrading had to be done on the north side of the school, which is now the football and track field, that apparently there was a 15 or 25 foot difference that had to be graded. We know about that. We know that in the 1980 modernization, that sort of brick grandstand was built. We think there were tennis courts in the beginning based on newspaper accounts, but we believe the tennis courts today are in a different location. Is that helpful?
Yeah, it's interesting. The one thing I wonder, because this school occupies, this entire block on Capitol Hill, it's unusual, right? Usually the schools fit within, and there may be several other buildings adjacent, just because of the density of this within this particular historic district. I wonder if it might be beneficial for this nomination to either add the documentation for the landscape if that's feasible, and if it's not feasible, simply noting that there is potential additional information that could be amended in the future related to the historic context, and to reinforce the significance of this building. I don't know if there's anything unique about the landscape and its relationship to the building that may add to the historical significance that's identified within the nomination, but it may further reinforce what's already there. It's sort of this period of construction of schools, at least as far as I'm aware, and I'm not an expert in public schools, but there's no particular unique characteristic of having exercise fields adjacent to the school. That period, I think, happened much earlier in terms of documentation, so this wouldn't be groundbreaking in its relationship of its fields, and physical activity and opportunity for the kids to combine that with their academics. Wouldn't be anything that wouldn't be unique in its significance, but may further reinforce the goals of the school as a community school, to further strengthen some of the areas of significance that you've noted within the nomination. But maybe worth noting that and mentioning that.
We will check on that and write more if we possibly can.
I think there's an opportunity to do that. I also actually have a historic plan of the site that I'm going to be showing in my staff report, so that might help you a little bit in seeing that. Sure. So are there any other questions, or would you like me to go forward with the staff report?
Yeah, it probably makes sense to do that, because you may answer any other questions we have.
Okay. First of all, I just really want to thank Joanna and Beth for taking on this nomination, and the Capitol Hill Restoration Society, of course. This was a nomination that they were asked to prepare by the school, and I know it was really important and meaningful for the school to have it done in time for their 100th anniversary. And so I just really want to thank Beth and Joanna, because there was a lot of information to weed through, especially in terms of the drawings and all of the changes over time in terms of the original plan and some subsequent changes. And they really have an eye for detail, and I think did an excellent job and synthesizing it too in the nomination. So I am not going to necessarily reiterate anything that Joanna and Beth said. I just want to address the criteria and let the board know too that we evaluated this building using the multiple property document for public school buildings in DC and also the DC designation criteria. And based on that evaluation, Eastern High School meets DC designation criterion B for history. It was built in response to recommendations made by the 1906 Schoolhouse Commission according to established progressive era design standards, which Beth elaborated on. In particular, a generous site with athletic fields and an auditorium, maximum natural light on the interiors, and specialized classrooms, including domestic science rooms, a rifle range, gymnasia, and other home economic type cooking classrooms. And it meets DC designation criteria D, architecture and urbanism, E, artistry, and F, creative masters. It is an excellent example of a public school building designed under the municipal architects Snowden Ashford and continued under 2 other municipal architects, as mentioned in the presentation. It is an excellent example of collegiate Gothic revival style of architecture, and the building really exemplifies the work of municipal architect Snowden Ashford and really contributes significantly to his body of work. For those same reasons, the building meets National Register criteria A and C. Next slide, please. And this slide just shows some other public buildings designed by municipal architect Snowden Ashford. He designed innumerable buildings in DC during his stint first as the assistant inspector, then as the inspector of public buildings from 1895 to 1909, and then from 1909 to 1921 as municipal architect. Throughout his career, he worked on the design of well over 75 public buildings, including school buildings in the city. He designed in a variety of styles, but he definitely had a preference for the medieval revival styles, in particular Elizabethan and Tudor revival styles. That was in conflict actually with the Commission of Fine Arts, which adopted colonial revival style as a uniform style for the city's public buildings after 1910. Despite that adoption of that style, Ashford continued and persisted in designing in the Tudor and collegiate Gothic revival styles for schools. We did not find that his resignation in 1921 during the design process for Eastern High School had anything to do with that conflict. But what we do know is it is the last building designed by Snowden Ashford and the last school building that was designed in a collegiate Gothic or other medieval revival style. All the other school buildings for the next 3 decades reflect a colonial revival style, and his successor, Ashford's successor, Albert Harris, was also sort of preferred the colonial revival style, and so he got along well with the Commission of Fine Arts. So it would be interesting to really tie Eastern High School directly to Ashford's resignation, but haven't been able to do that yet. Next slide, please. So this is a boundary map showing the 4 squares that were identified by the city and purchased by the city for construction of Eastern High School, to include a generous site for athletic fields and open fields. You can see, and it's not terribly large on this map, Gretchen, but the 1921 plot plan of the site shows the school building's footprint, the stadium, and the tennis courts at the upper right part of the plan, and open fields ungraded area to the lower right. So as Beth mentioned, the tennis courts moved locations, so they're now obviously on the lower right side of the site, as shown in the slide. I have, the period of significance for the property is 1923 through 1938. 1923 was the end date, the final end date construction of the school building. And 1938 was the date of the completion of the additions, which was the gym to the northeast corner of the building and the classroom wing at the back north of the building, which replaced the original gymnasia on either side of the auditorium that was in the original footprint. So I have identified the contributing elements, which include the school building, which include the attached greenhouse, which is original component of the school, and the 1938 additions. It includes the stadium, which was built in 1925, and it includes the landscaped south front area with its semicircular walkways and the central flagpole. There is also a semi-underground but partially exposed mechanical space that is connected to the school and is part of the original construction. There's a chimney stack and air vents that project from that service wing. And just want to highlight that those are also contributing elements and part of the original school. The non-contributing elements would be the tennis courts, the baseball fields that you see today, parking areas, and the stadium press box and the facilities buildings, which are later additions to the original 1925 stadium. That is, I think, my last slide. And yeah, the period of significance ends in 1938 with the addition of the gymnasia, as I mentioned. So we recommend that the board designate Eastern High School and that we forward the nomination to the National Register of Historic Places for listing there. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer questions, as I'm sure Joanna and Beth are as well.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Kim. Additional questions?
Yeah, I have one more. Well, I have another. I'll just say another. Kim, do you think the presence of A Street bisecting the site is part of? I don't, to me, that seems unique that they would maintain that rather than make it one sort of open, more pastoral, and maybe make that more of a utilitarian road rather than having it be a formal street. Because I noticed in the plan when I zoom in here, it says roadway, so it's not just a sort of drive path that happens to cut through the site, but they maintained A Street all the way through. Do you think that's part of the significance of it being, or could be part of a character defining feature that would be important to the school being more of an urban school than a suburban kind of characteristic? Because the plan changes on the other side of 19th Street, right? And always has.
Correct. Yeah, no, that's a good point. And I have to admit, I hadn't really thought about that in terms of looking at the contributing elements. But yes, the roadway does continue through. It is part of the L'Enfant plan, street plan. So I would like to just say I'll look into it and add it as a contributing element,
Okay.
assuming that makes sense. But yeah, that's a good point you raised. Thank you.
Yeah. And then maybe just a comment to say, I know in the DC listing of historic buildings, this building was discussed earlier as being eligible. And in the DCPL nomination that was put forward on DC Public Schools, this is one of the schools that's noted as potentially as being significant for Ashford's architecture and his design earlier. So that fits, and this period of significance, I think, also fits nicely in that period of significance for the school buildings in DC that are, I think, go up until 1960. So it certainly was known to be of historical significance, but I'm sure the amount of information was fairly significant that everybody worked through to refine it to be a specific nomination for this building. So it's really, I think, well written.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I would like to reiterate that as well. Our office has always considered this building eligible, and in terms of the modernization plans, those were reviewed by our office as if it were listed as a landmark. So it's always been considered eligible, and just assume that it would be listed should it ever come to that. But it was a phenomenal amount of research to undertake, and it was a big project. So Just want to make sure that, yeah, we understand that also too, a lot of those earlier designations that were done back by the Joint Committee of Landmarks had no document or very little documentation. And the level of documentation that this nomination required, meets current day standards. And so just want to applaud the efforts there. Even though, yeah, we could have just said, oh, we didn't need to do this. Everyone knows it's a landmark. We really do need to do this. And it was a great project, so.
Madam Chair, I have a question, or I actually have a couple questions. In terms of the period of significance, Kim, can you talk a little bit about, well, let me ask the question this way. Was there any thought to including actual historical context to the period of significance, meaning not just limiting it to the actual construction of the building and when that ended, but wrapping in a broader historical context? For example, the desegregation of the school and how it became a predominantly African-American school, like wrapping that into the period of significance. Can you talk about that?
Sure. Yeah, we did consider that, and kind of decided against it because it was obviously integrated as part of Brown versus Board of Education, Bowling versus Sharp, 1954. So it was part of the whole citywide effort to desegregate and integrate the school system. There was nothing, I mean, obviously every school had its own important particular history, but this one, was not necessarily more significant than any other school that was desegregated at that point. And it seems that from, just when you look at the history of the property, the more significant elements were its architectural design. The original design that was based on these progressive era philosophies of education and students and adolescents. And so it seemed that the period of significance, which ends in 1938, really indicates the end of any sort of other intervention, physical intervention in the school until the modernization period more recently. So there was really kind of a hard stop in 1938 in terms of changes, physical changes to the school. So it seemed like a good end date. The nomination does include information about, obviously, the landmark Supreme Court decision and how the city went about integrating their schools immediately. They were the first city in the country to do so, actually, to follow a very specific plan for integration. And there were African-American students who were brought from all Black schools to Eastern almost immediately, and converted Eastern from all white to ultimately within 10 years to a 98% Black student body. So that is in the nomination. That is part of the history. That's an important part of the history. And certainly could consider extending that period of significance to that date. But I think I felt that 1938 was a good end date based on the architecture without losing the history, which is included in the nomination.
Yeah, so I would like to explore extending it, and I'll tell you why. When you make the comment that integration at this particular school didn't seem to be any different than any other school, I think you hit the nail right on the head when you talk about where it ended up in terms of its Black school population. I'm not sure that any other school in the district ended up going from all white to a majority Black student population. You're talking about 98, 99%. I don't think that was just because of integration. I wonder if that wasn't by design. And I think if there's a little bit more exploration into that, you may uncover some things. Just in terms of my thoughts, my other question with regards to that would have been studying funding change. I wonder if between the ruling of Brown to 1963, when the demographics shifted so drastically, I wonder if there was an actual funding change in the school. There may be some information that you might uncover with regards to that would speak to why there weren't any additional modernization efforts after the integration and after the numbers became so prolific in terms of African-American population. those are just my thoughts in regards to questions. I have some other stuff I'd like to talk about in deliberation, but I would like to see this period of significance extended to include when the school changed drastically in terms of its demographics. I think it's important. And I think it should be included.
Okay, I mean, we can certainly do that. I think we do have enough information in terms of the demographic shifts in the neighborhood. You know, Kingman Park which is just north of Eastern High School, which had its own public school campus, including Spingarn High School, was an African-American community. As you know, the Supreme Court ruled racial restrictions and deeds unenforceable. Many of the surrounding houses in 1949 and early 1950s that were restricted to whites only opened up to Blacks, and so it became increasingly Black. And so it is not surprising that then there was a greater Black population, so this Black school enrollment also increased. But yes, there was some bringing other students in an effort to try and equalize the population of schools, which didn't actually pan out that way. They did shift some students around and brought students to Eastern from other high schools. So we do talk about that a little bit in the nomination. I think we can make the argument, certainly did not look into the funding as a possibility of contributing to that. And so I think that is, it's a really good point. And we can do that. And I don't want to belabor it too much, honestly, because we would like to have this nomination accepted by the National Register in time for the 100th anniversary celebrations by Eastern. Some events are taking place in September as the students go back to school. So we were really looking forward to having this listed in the National Register so that they could get a plaque and, you know, have a sort of award ceremony kind of thing. But I think we can do something, you know, pretty quickly and pretty thoroughly that could get that period of significance up there, but it may not explore it as deeply as you would like for this purpose, but we could continue that research, you know, for other reasons. I just really wouldn't, I really don't want to see it stop the designation for the school's benefit. That's all.
Yeah, I go ahead, Carissa. I see you have another thought.
No. I was just gonna say I'm not sure what to say to that. I don't think not at all am I interested in delaying it or stopping it. I agree with you. I would love for them to have the designation by the centennial. I also just want to be clear that I think including that historical context is important. I think it's important. Thank you.
And I think we can certainly do that and make the argument that the end date should be 1954. But I just don't know how deep into the research of funding I would be able to go. That's all.
Well, the good news is that that's probably readily available. I mean, school funding information is pretty easy to find. That's the good news. I mean, that kind of stuff is public information, and I'm sure it wouldn't be difficult to not only find it, but to also track the trending. I can't imagine that would be difficult at all.
Okay.
But I appreciate your comments and your willingness to do the work and do the research. I appreciate it. Thank you, Marty. I'm done.
No, I think what you've brought up is important and helps to just make the designation even more thorough. I think, you know, the story of the drastic demographic change in the population of the school is probably not that unique, because as racial covenants were lifted, we know that white flight certainly happened.
Yes.
As Black populations moved in. And so I wouldn't think that this neighborhood and this school would have been any different. That I'm curious to see if there were funding changes
Yes.
in the school that may have also contributed to that. But yeah, I wouldn't think that this would be that uncommon.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think for context purposes, I would just want it stated explicitly. And then the funding piece of it researched. And if it's not what's the word? If it's not significant, if it's not something that people can sort of follow the thread, then that's what it is. My suspicion is that it would be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. Other questions? All right. If there are no other questions, I don't think there are any other presentations to be made. We don't have anybody designated to speak. We do have a letter in the file from DC Preservation League giving their support for this nomination. So then I would ask if the board is ready to deliberate on this. I'll just start by saying I fully support this designation. I also support the additional research and information that's been requested by Board Member Beatty. I think any opportunities that we have to paint a fuller picture of the history, certainly some of the reasons why things ended up the way they did is beneficial. But it's surprising that this school wasn't already designated, as others have said already. So I do think doing this research and amending the nomination as expediently as possible is certainly something that the board would support.
Yeah, I just will echo those comments 100%. This is actually one of my favorite architectural buildings in the city, and I love the way it's sited on East Capitol Street. It's just such a grand educational institution in its presence. And it is shocking that this hasn't been designated previously. So 100% support the application and really appreciate the work done to put it together.
Did you have anything else you wanted to add, Carissa? It
No,
sounded like you had additional comments.
No, I'm okay. I had notes like scribbled all throughout my through all my staff report, but no, I agree with you. I'm surprised it hadn't been done before, and I'm thrilled to be a part of it. I think it's a worthy and honorable nomination, and I'm thrilled to be a part of it. And I'm appreciative to the board for just supporting my additional thoughts. So
great. All right, then I will make a motion that we support the nomination with the request to add the additional information discussed today. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Gretchen. Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose? And the motion carries. Thank you, and thank you to the applicant and all of those who participated in developing this really rich nomination submission. We're ready to move to our next application in Anacostia Historic District at 2249 Mount View Place Southeast. I see Amania is on. Would you like to give a report first?
How are you? I heard the comments during the consent calendar, and
Okay.
I'm frantically trying to unmute myself and having troubles.
No worries.
Good here. Gretchen, I will take you up on that comment to kind of go through it together, just so I'm clear. The applicant was on, and so he heard as well, but we all just want to make sure that we're on the same page and understanding what the next steps will be as far as clarification. Okay. Moving on. So we have this is a solar panel case in the Anacostia Historic District, 2249 Mount View Place Southeast. The plans were prepared by Advanced Solar for the owner for the installation of solar panels on their home. The property was built in 1907 and is a two-story freestanding wood frame property or house. I'm sorry. I think it just went located at Mount View, and then about 4 or 5 buildings in from Pleasant Street. It has a cross gable top with a front facing gable roof clad in a light brown asphalt shingle. The building is clad in like a stucco with a double hung 1/1 windows, and it faces southeast. So the plans are calling for the installation of 21 solar panels, each measuring 44 inches by 68 inches. The majority, 11, will be placed on the rear of the property, on the rear roof, and won't be visible from the street. There will be 1 panel installed on the east-facing side gable, and then 9 panels on the western side front gable. They will be mounted approximately 6 inches above the roof plane and set maybe 18 inches from the roof ridge in all locations. Some would be flush to the outside edge of the roofs, while others will be offset by almost 3 feet. The 9 panels will be seen from Mount View Place looking north. The board has developed guidelines for solar panel installations that take into account the character of a building and its context. For flat roof buildings, the standard has been rather simple, with panels not projecting above or interrupting the building's roof line, as seen from the public street. And then for slope roofs, the guideline encourages the location of panels on secondary elevations that minimize their visibility from the street view as possible. If panels are necessary on visible elevations, our guidelines encourage using a low-profile mounting system, pulling away from the roof edges and ridges, using panels and panel frames that match the colors of the roof, and balancing the panels to avoid an irregular sawtooth composition. If the underlying roof is scheduled to be replaced in a similar installation, prior to installation, the replacement roof materials should be similar to the coloration of the panels, which we encourage to minimize the contrast of the panels on the roof. The board has accepted proposals that do not meet all of these standards if the overall visual effect is not discordant with the building or the landscape or streetscape. The board has approved solar installations on front elevations on multiple properties, and they've determined that the installation meet other standards and that the extent of visibility was sufficiently unintrusive due to the condition of each property. The proposed installation is not consistent with the board's guidelines for visible installation for visible solar panels. The panels will stand 6 inches above the roof, and HBO has regularly seen and requested that installations have low profile mounted, no more than 4 inches off of a roof. The color of the light shingles as to the dark panels are a contrast with each other and will be highly visible from the street. And then the composition of the panels are unbalanced on the 2 elevations, and they're not pulled away from the roof edge. In 2019, the board found a neighboring property on the corner. Their proposed installation for solar panels to be prominently visible from the street view, and that the panels were to be pulled back from the middle of the roof to reduce their visual impact. As with other projects reviewed by the board, the installation may not be able to meet all of the guidelines. However, the proposal could be modified to improve its compatibility by eliminating the 2 panels on the west gable.
Did we lose you, Amania?
Yeah, I think we lost her at West
Looks like
Gable.
you muted yourself. Amania?
Hey, can you all hear me?
We can, yes.
Yes.
Hi, I'm not sure what happened. With the audio there, but I wanted to speak to one of the points. I'm with the solar installation company.
If you could pause, we'll come to you in just a moment. It's still
Great, thank you.
Just want to make sure.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
All right.
And then similarly, the lowering the mount to the maximum height of 4 inches would commonly achieved with new installations will ensure the system remains tight on the roof plane. We recommend the board approve with those reasonably consistent standards and designate final approval of the permit to HPO. The solar panel company is on the line. They will speak to the conditions of this particular solar panel installation, why or why not our recommendations are going to benefit or not benefit their solar installation issues. And I will turn it over to Travis and you can go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for that kind of description and introduction. I did want to speak to just one of these points here, and that was the coloration of the shingles underneath the panels. Currently, the shingles are a lighter color, but we're also assisting in this customer's application with one of DC's programs to replace, qualifying roofs for low-income families, and they have been approved for that to install shingles that will be darker and matching the color of the panels. And then, additionally, this customer is going through a program which allows for the free installation of solar panels here in the district. And in order to meet that requirement, there has to be a certain system efficiency and in order to get approval for the panel. So just to speak in terms of the placement of the 2 panels that were recommended for removal, I would advocate that those are able to remain there, just because the south-facing panels can then bring the entire system efficiency up. Additionally, I wanted to address the other points raised, the 6-inch elevation off of the roof plane. This is, as of right now, I believe this is the mounting brackets we're using, the simple grip mounting frame. So the panels themselves will be clipped into a railing system that is 6 inches on the current plan set. I will reach out to the team to see if we have any way to minimize that and get it to the 4-inch plane. And if so, we can resubmit the plans. But then the last point I wanted to raise here is the neighboring properties are aware of the installation and verbally have approved of the system. There's also immediate neighbors. The neighboring houses are vacant. And so I'm not sure how that would factor in, if at all. But we just wanted to share whatever we can to advocate for the system here, the system's installation, and are willing to work with the board to do whatever we can to help this person get approved and be set up with solar here in DC.
You may have mentioned this, but can you talk again about the coloration of the panels as it relates to the color of the roof?
Sure, certainly. The panels themselves are all black, so they will have no grid lines or tint on the panels. The frames and the actual solar cells are black. And then the shingles under the panels currently are a light color, but those will be replaced prior to installation with a darker shingle in order to match that black color. So the system won't stand out quite as much.
Okay, all right. So that's consistent with what Amania was recommending in her staff report. Okay. Other questions from board members?
Hi, it's Andrew. Is there, I see on the screen the sort of top-down rendering or schematic. Is there any sort of visual that we could see what the panels as proposed would look like from the
Certainly.
street, you know,
Do you know if
any
I
sort of
have the
like,
ability to share my screen?
no,
You don't.
Okay, I can send over either via email or as another application packet just the 3D rendering we have of the system, which does show sort of like a CAD model as well as a street view of what the house currently looks like and where those panel placements would be. You know, just a single page sort of PDF of that, if that would be useful for this, because yeah, we do have that as well.
yeah, that would be really useful. Otherwise, in a vacuum, there's no way to make a visual judgment on this.
Sure.
Could you clarify again the 2 panels that staff is recommending be removed and why you're not able to remove those?
Yeah, so those 2 panels on the on sort of that front side, so front left side there, so on the southwest, those panels are currently in one of the more efficient roof planes. So in order to install the system, we look to have a certain system efficiency for the panel placement, because again, this is a sort of low income qualified program that we're helping people get solar with, and we need to meet a certain minimum system efficiency. And so if we take off some of the more efficient panels, it will bring the entire system's production down. So from my perspective, and like, you know, from our perspective here, we want to minimize removing any of the panels that that would decrease that system efficiency. However, you know, that being said, like we do want to get this person set up with whatever solar they have the ability to. I'm not sure that those 2 panels would completely eliminate, you know, completely bring us below the efficiency line. But certainly if we had to remove all the panels off the front, that would. But that's just to reiterate what I would say on that.
In looking at the solar system Matwell program, which I know is not 100% accurate, it looks like the area of the roof that's where you have the arrow pointing at, it says area of work. That panel also has some potential productivity for functionality for kilowatt development for solar panels. Can you talk about why you're not using that panel of the roof?
Yeah, certainly. So that plane of the roof shown there with the arrow pointing to saying area of work, that is a plane that's facing currently northwest, and the angle and it's angled away from the sun. And so I know, you know, there are different online tools, and unless you have the slope of the roofs built into those tools, which when we build the systems in our CAD model we do, it's hard to get a good idea of what that efficiency is. But just to share some perspective here, the PSRF, which is a measure of solar irradiance on the front face of the roof, is at 96% of ideal, right? So very south-facing roofs are great for solar. That backside is at 55%. So because it's facing away from the sun, you're not going to be getting nearly as much power output per square meter as a roof plane facing, you know, due south or southeast in this case.
However, you could take off 2 panels from the area that's of concern for the staff relative compatibility with the historic district. Maybe put 3 panels in that area of work within that program, or is that not feasible?
I can certainly reach out to our team to see if we would be able to maintain the efficiency needed with something like that. But I do know that they look at the you know, total efficiency based on the number of panels. So if we're adding more panels to meet that efficiency, it's going to bring down our overall efficiency, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And it seems like you have some flexibility in the panel sizes as we're seeing them on plan here anyway, where you have a longer rectangular panel and then a more square panel. Is there opportunity to modify the shapes of the panel to be more efficient and potentially pull them away from the front edge as staff is requesting for compatibility with the historic district?
Yeah, and I wish we did have flexibility on the size of the panels. Again, this is a little bit of an optical illusion because the representation here is top down as a isometric view, and the panels are placed on an angled roof or a slanted roof. So those panels are both the same size, but because they're placed at an angle, the pitch of the roof is it's about a 45-degree angle. This is a pretty steep roof. It does sort of distort the view from above.
I don't know if I understand that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm looking at this roof panel where it says 7.6 as an example, but you have two rows of panels that are all the same dimension, and then there's a third row with a narrow, more rectangular one that's at the eave. So I don't know that I understand that issue with perspective, because I don't think in the design of the roof that the slope would change and alter the perspective of the dimension of that so much in this plan view. So
Yeah,
are there two sizes or just one size, and that is not a correct representation, both
so
at that end and the other corner?
certainly. So anywhere where you're seeing those panels in landscape, the panel size is consistent throughout the plan set here. And the reason that there is what appears to be a distortion in the panel size is because you're viewing a top-down view of a rectangle placed at an angle. So, you know,
But then why don't those other rectangles above that one also have that same distortion when that plane is all the same slope? I guess, you know,
Yeah,
I understand perspective drawing and have experience in generating these documents myself. So I don't need an explanation of understanding perspective on a sloped view, but I would assume because this is all the same slope that all of these would be the same size. So
yeah.
does that panel really fit then if all these others are supposed to be represented the same?
Would you be able, whoever's sharing, could you go to the very next page of this document? So if you look here, you can see the module size, 44.64 inches by 68.11 inches. And what's happening is, you know, both the vertical and horizontal panels are distorted when projected onto this plane. So when they're in the vertical orientation, it makes them look shorter and fatter. And when they're landscape mode, they're distorted to look longer and skinnier. So it's just based on whatever direction the panel is facing on that roof plane.
I think something's wrong with your drafting program. No offense.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. So what you're saying is that rectangular A panel in the upper left section here is a square.
Yeah, it's not a
the
square.
same size as the others, as the other panels.
But rotated
That's
90
correct.
degrees. And because it's on the same slope, for some reason, that landscape version or that landscape version of A distorts far more than the portrait version of A.
Yeah, and in fact, like I wish I could, you know, share the tool with you all live. But if you just take your phone even and look at it straight from the top, and you're holding it away from you, and you look down at it, it will start to like look. The footprint of your phone will be long and thin. But if you turn it sideways and you start to angle it away from you, it will be sort of short and fat. And so I don't know how else to explain this.
Yeah, I'm fully aware on how to draw perspective views and vanishing points and how slope surfaces can changes, but the geometry of what you're showing just doesn't make sense with those principles. And so, yeah, so I wonder, like, it wouldn't make sense just rotating the panel 90 degrees that there would be that degree of distortion between a portrait and a landscape on an equal slope of a roof like that, unless the slope flared and you're covering part of the gutter and it's at a different slope from the roof. If A is at a different slope from the roof than the other landscape A's that are shown on that surface, then maybe that panel would have some distortion, but not to the degree that I think you're showing graphically. So I just want to be sure that all these panels, one, fit, and then if we're showing them as being held back from the front edge, that they really will be held back that amount, because staff doesn't have the ability to go and inspect all of that to make sure that you are complying with it.
Sure, certainly.
Okay. Any other?
I had one additional question. In the areas where staff is suggesting removing the panels, would the railings still be in place, or would the railings only be in place where the panels would be installed?
The railings would only be in place where the panels are installed, and no visible railings would be not under panels. So you're only able to see the panels from the street with the railings completely covered.
And do these panels have the availability to encroach upon the valleys of the roof? Or are they fully supported along the entire perimeters?
Yeah, they will be supported across the entire perimeters.
So could you, on the top of the 3Bs, where it says 18-inch fire access path, on the top of the 3Bs, could you fit one more panel, either vertically or horizontally oriented?
Are you referring to the very front section?
Yeah. So I see 18-inch fire access path above
Yes.
Electrical plan title, the drawing title. And then I see
Yeah.
3 stacks of Bs adjacent to the front eve of the house. There's no more room to put one more B, even though it would overlap partially the valley of the roof there.
Well, yeah, so we wouldn't be able to overlap that part of the valley of the roof.
Could you pull all of those Bs back so they were more proximate to the valley, at least as to the same as what's happening on the other side of the roof, so it's not right at the front edge of the roof?
Yeah. So we can go all the way up to that valley. So if that would be, desirable and in the eyes of the board, we can make that accommodation.
Well, I don't know if it's the eyes of the board, but I think you've also heard that from staff, that there's a compatibility issue within the historic district that needs to be complied with. And that's why we're asking these questions. And so certainly the board is fully aware and fully supportive of and works actively to integrate in sustainability in historic buildings. And as you know, there are a significant amount of documents that we've worked in collaboration with DOE and other agencies within the district to develop sustainable improvements to historic properties, which is why some of this information is here and the staff is able to provide it to you for this. But it sounds like you're focused mostly on getting energy performance, but haven't really looked at that material that staff provided to you about how to make this more compatible. And so we have the comments from staff that we do about removing panels or moving them, but it doesn't look like you've explored an opportunity for how within the compatibility of the historic district to provide the most effective layout of solar panels.
Yeah, I think the most most of the feedback that we have received from staff, and the package that was sent over as well, it definitely, it definitely provides sort of like room for us to make adjustments and changes here in order to maintain the efficiency of the system and comply with the requests of the board. I think what may make the most sense here, and let me know your thoughts on this, I would greatly appreciate it, is if we remove 2 of these Bs, 2 or 3 of the Bs that kind of hang down as described, initially. And in order to make up for that efficiency loss, remove 3 As from the back side of the house where we're getting less efficiency. And so what this would do, it would maintain the efficiency of the system, but it would, greatly reduce the power output of the system as well. And, as our priority is to, as a city, meet these renewable energy targets and reach 100% renewable power by 2032 and 15% of that coming from solar by 2042. We want to put up as much renewable energy as possible. So we can move forward with this system with a reduced system size and comply with the board and staff's suggestions.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you here. I don't think we're asking for reduction. I think we're asking for a design that's in consideration with the requirements of the historic district, which it feels like from your words that you're using to describe, you're focusing purely on the power, but you haven't considered the materials that staff had provided you and that exists within the district, both through the Office of Historic Preservation and the Department of Energy and Environment, for the compatibility and layout of solar panels within historic districts. And so, for example, you talk about removing all of the 4Bs from that front bay, but maybe you don't have to. Why don't you just move them all back towards the valley? And then you could still have the same functionality in considering it. Did you look at your fire access paths, you know, to modify them so maybe they could go or be shared? You know, do you need one on the left side of the house? Could you use the front and the back as the 3-foot fire access path and then connect it from the eave up over the top so that you could get another row of B panels in on that flat surface that faces the street? You know, so it just seems like from your testimony and the conversation and the comments from the staff that you haven't looked at the context in which you're working to develop the most functional solution. You've looked at it as if you have a rectangle on a piece of paper and looking at what could be the most functional solution for this. So I just wonder why you have to do any reduction at all, and isn't there some massaging that could happen with these panels so that this family could have the same benefit and be compliant within the historic district?
Yeah, I'm more than happy to take in any of these suggestions, and I think the suggestion to move the panels closer towards the valley there to comply with some of the requests is a great suggestion. And anything that we can do to not incur our system reduction, that's our priority here for the family. And whatever we need to do to get approval for this installation, that's why we're here today.
Did you have a follow-up, Gretchen?
I don't know. I feel like I'm saying the same thing over and over, but not getting a. Mr. Richard, I'm not sure you're. I don't feel like you're understanding what I'm saying. You realize you're working within a historic district, and there are guidelines for compatibility within the historic district because the historic character and historic districts and historic buildings are also a priority within the District of Columbia. It's not to exclude the requirement and the functionality and the importance or lose the significance of the requirement for energy performance within the district. And I don't think those two things are mutually exclusive. I think they can work compatibly together. And we've developed some guidelines to do that. And I hope you've been able to get those guidelines. I'm sure staff provided them to you. Did you have questions on them when you reviewed them?
No. So, yeah, I definitely have received that packet, and in the drafting of this permit application, those guidelines were taken into consideration to build a design that's as closely matching what the house has potential for and what the system requirements are. If there are specific things that adjustments we need to make in order to be compliant with the Historic Review Board, we want to make those, right? So changing the color of the shingles to match the system size. If we can make reductions in the visible panel from the street, like anything we can do to be in cooperation with the Historic Review Board and those guidelines, that's what we want to do. We're not really here to say this is the only way we can do it, or this is the way we have to do it. I just wanted to kind of hear from you all what changes we need to make, if any, and if we're able to proceed with this plan set.
Yeah, can I make this suggestion, Madam Chair? I would like to see what the 3D rendering looks like. And I think if we can see what a rendering looks like with assuming the applicant can use the 4-inch raise, look at it with that, look at it with the 6-inch if for some reason they can't. Look at it with what the new shingle color would be in working with what the roof color with the solar panel color. And so that way we can get a sense of the visual impact. And I would resubmit or share those renderings in addition to renderings that would show what the removal. I would do one as applied for, and then I would do one showing what it would look like with the staff recommendations for the removal of those specific panels. And that way the board can sort of test what the visual impact is. So it's not in a vacuum, because like I said, without a 3D rendering, it's really difficult to see sort of what the impact is. And the guidelines were really written in a way to try to illustrate the idea that the panels can be visible. They don't need to be invisible from the street, but the impact needs to be mitigated. And certainly other applicants and programs around the city have been able to do that successfully to the point that that they've been approved at the staff level. So I would love for this to be approved at the staff level if the renderings can show the visual impact as being sort of on par with other applications from around the city. And certainly where the Solar for All program is concerned and needing to meet those efficiency goals, as Board Member Failer indicated in full agreement, we want to see you reach those efficiencies. We want to see Solar for All work in all of our historic districts and with all of our historic resources. So I would just submit that I think if we can actually see what these would look like, both as currently applied for, but also with the staff recommendation, see those two renderings side by side, then I think we can make a judgment in terms of impact on the historic assets and weighing sort of the value of each against the application.
Yeah, and maybe the panels don't need to be removed. Maybe they could be, or the geometry could be organized differently so that they don't have to be done. And maybe I don't know the code requirements off the top of my head, but do we need all three foot fire access paths? Can we have them be on the front and the back of the house? And then could that other 3 foot access path be either on the slope that doesn't have the panels on it, or do we need it at all? And could they all be accessed from the 18-inch fire access path along the eaves? Because like some of them are only accessible from an 18-inch fire access path. And do they all need to have that? That's just code things that I don't know. But looking at the roof as it exists now with the requirements of the historic district, I think I just think that there's some massaging without losing the panels that are there. But I do agree with you that it would help everybody probably to see it in 3 dimensions to know whether it's compatible or not. Otherwise, I'm putting it in 3D in my head.
All right. Yeah, I think that's definitely something that the board needs to further evaluate. And I think Board Member Auerbach has been really clear with what we need in addition to the 3D rendering, just making sure that the coloration of the panels and the roof is properly represented, and hopefully you'll have time to confirm the attachment height to let us know if 4 inches is achievable versus 6. So
certainly, I appreciate all of the recommendations, and we'll put these together for our next application.
Okay. And as has been discussed, where you can pull these panels off of the edge of the roof, where you have additional space within the roof plane to pull them off of the edge, that is certainly preferable. So in your next representation, if you could show that, we'd appreciate it.
Will do.
All right. Okay. Well, we look forward to seeing this come back. Thank you for your time.
Yeah,
today.
thank you all. I appreciate your all's time and energy looking into this.
Okay, perfect. All right, we're ready to move on to the Tacoma Park Historic District to 6917 Maple Street Northwest. Would staff like to present first?
Sure. Good morning. This is Steve. This is a concept application for an addition to a freestanding house in the Tacoma Park Historic District, which you see here. As you see, the house is in somewhat deteriorated condition. It was built as a single-family residence, but has long been in institutional use, and it is currently vacant. The proposal seeks to convert the building to a 4-unit apartment building with a rear addition off the back. As you see from the photograph on the right, the rear yard slopes down pretty significantly. The addition would only be on the first floor and the basement level, so it wouldn't intersect with the roof line or with the second floor. It would call for removal of that series of enclosed porches on the back, and would have a cross gable roof to the building. The decks and porches and things, which have largely been reconstructed and are in very deteriorated condition, would be reconstructed with either in kind, where there are still original materials, or with compatible replacement railings and stairs where they do not. The staff doesn't really have particular recommendations for this. We've worked with Mr. Howard, the architect, who's already made a number of revisions by pulling the addition in from the rear corners of the building so that it's subordinate to the main mass. It's already significantly lower in height. While it is a sizable addition, this is already a very large house, and it's on a very large lot for Tacoma Park, in an area which contains, as you see again in the photograph on the right, a number of apartment buildings, as well as duplexes and single-family houses. So we think that within the context of this location and the particular character of this property, the size of the addition is compatible. We are making one recommendation. The applicant will walk you through these photographs. I'm just going to flip forward. We are making one recommendation. As you see on the existing site plan here, there is a driveway to the left, which I guess is to the north of the house, which would be replaced and expanded to this configuration. We're recommending that this be rethought a little bit, and that the driveway be narrowed for the portion that is forward of the front of the house. This is also a zoning requirement. There's not really the ability to park cars forward of the front face of a house. You need to park behind the face of the house, either on the side or in the rear yard. So we're recommending that the width of the driveway be narrowed to a single width driveway to at least the front face of the property of the house, preferably a little bit farther back, and then it could flare out and become a wider area for surface parking. Then this would make the driveway more consistent in its width, as seen up and down the street with other driveways in the Tacoma Park Historic District. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Howard. We're recommending concept approval and delegation of staff for the construction documents when they're ready. So I'll go back to the site plan here.
All right, is the applicant ready? Do you see them on, Steve?
I did a minute ago.
Sorry about that. For some reason, I just got cut off, and then I just got cut back on. So I didn't hear the last part of what you said, Steve. Probably like the last minute.
Oh, yeah, just recommending concept approval on the condition that we continue working on the final plans and the narrowing of the driveway forward of the front face of the building to where it's simply a driveway and not an area for both parking and a drive aisle, and that it could widen up beyond back of the face of the front face of the building, as is discussed in the staff report.
Okay.
Do you want to go through the presentation? Do you want me to flip through some of the images?
Yes, please.
Were you planning to present?
Why? Can you still hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. I don't know why my signal is for some reason going in and out. Okay, yeah, so where we are right here, these are images of the adjacent properties, north, south, east, and west of our location. As you can see, we have an array of different residential dwelling types, from multi-unit apartments, single family, duplexes, quads, semi-detaches. We have quite a bit of different housing positions that we have. Looking down this view right here, this one's looking down Maple Street itself on north and in the south side of Maple Street. At the corner, north corner of Maple Street, we have commercial properties up there. We have a CVS and additional commercial businesses that are located there. And across the street from us, we have a new apartment building complex. There's a new another condo that's on the same street, as well as a single family home. This is our street on Sandy Spring Street Northwest, which is just perpendicular to Maple. And again, we're showing more additional residential dwelling, semi-detached and duplexes as well. And this is on Willow Street. And again, it's the same conditions that we have that are on Sandy Spring, as well as on Maple Street. Here we have our demo plan that we're going to be doing, just indicating the area where right now, the current driveway that we have right now, it's broken up tremendously. So we want to take that out and then expand it so we can add more parking. And then also too shows that the rear, at some point somebody put a rear bump out on the back, which is literally not even truly attached to the house and is falling apart. So we want to demo that section of it, along with the adjacent decks that we have there to include the new addition, which we'll see on the next slide. And here we have the addition. We have the new parking, which I understand now that we want to shorten down the width entrance into the parking to increase the parking pad area to the rear. And this is just a bigger blow up of that demo plan so we can see exactly a little bit closer up image of what we're going to do. Now we also, the sidewalks that are leading up to the patio areas, those areas, those sidewalks that are on property side, those sidewalks are definitely broken up as well. So we will be replacing those as well. And we would like to repair as much as possible the front patios. Hopefully we don't have to redo them, but I think we can repair them. The stairs and the railings to the stairs will definitely have to get replaced. They don't meet code and they're falling down. So we want to be able to make sure we can meet that. This image here on the left is showing the demo plan. And to the right is showing the new addition at the rear, which also shows the interior renovations to the existing. This is at the basement level, which would be a separate basement unit at the existing, and then the new basement or the new lower entry unit to the addition at the rear. We're looking at doing, first floor. And again, same concept. To the left is the demo, to the right is the proposed. The proposed for the first floor is to do a 2-bedroom apartment unit. To the rear will be the second level of the new addition. And if you see to the right, there's a red line which is representing a fire separation wall. That right there will be the, we'll still keep the existing patio entrance on that side, but we're going to convert that to a new entrance to the second floor apartment unit, which we see right here. Again, demo on the left, proposed on the right, and the proposed will show a new 2-bedroom apartment. Elevations here, demo is on the top, proposed is on the bottom. We currently right now have wood siding. The idea right now is to repair as much as we possibly can, and replace in kind what is not replaceable. You know, that definitely has to get replaced. The roof is actually in good condition, but we would definitely check that as we are moving forward within the construction. If anything needs to be repaired, we will repair in kind. We will be painting the color away from the nasty yellow that it is, and go with some type of color. We're thinking right now of a light gray color that we're looking at. Again, demo is at the top, proposed is at the bottom. As you can see, on the proposed at the rear, which is labeled on which side is rear and front, you'll see that the new rear has the addition. The siding is to match in kind with the existing siding, whether that be wood or if we could find something in a hardy plank. But the whole idea is to match in complete color and style, as well as with the asphalt shingle roofing. Will also too be matching with the existing as well. Here we have the rear addition, and you can see the dashes on the top image of the elevation. That's the portion that's going to be taken out, and then the proposed will have the new addition that goes to the rear of that. And again, all materials will to match the proposed or the existing. This is the right side of the structure again. Same idea, matching material, existing material to remain, replacing kind as necessary. Now we will be placing in a new entrance door for the basement unit on this side. Currently it does not have, well, it has one, but it's on the back rear side, which doesn't even meet the proper height requirements. But what we would like to do is to put one on this side so we can have its own separate entrance in there. It doesn't have to go through the building to take up square footage. And this is just an image of showing our sight lines, which are existing sight lines that are still there. But we could at least see that we're not going to extend the building, the addition, at any height that's going to take away from those sight lines. Here is a rendering of the front elevation. And you can see a portion of the rear proposed addition at the back. Again, we're going to keep this all the same window styles, window types, changing the color, but keeping the material. And this is the rear perspective, so now you can see the addition and how that's going to tie into the proposed building. Any questions?
All right, thank you.
Welcome.
Does the board have questions at this time?
Not right now, thanks.
Okay, all right. Then we have Sarah Green registered to speak.
on this application. Is Ms. Green on the line? I'll give her a minute. Do you see her, Juliana?
Unmute. Hi, do you hear me?
Oh, I hear you. Yes,
Good.
yes.
Good. Okay. Okay, good. My name is Sarah Green. I've lived in the historic district about 47 years on Piney Branch Road. I'm very familiar with this property and certainly happy to see that it's going to be restored because it certainly has needed that for a very long time. When I hear the argument, it's kind of a muted argument that, well, there's a lot of different styles of housing, and so therefore we need to be perhaps a little more flexible. I don't know. To me, we have very little left in that part of the district. So I think that's a strong argument for wanting to preserve what we have. I personally think that an apartment of some type is a very reasonable use for this property. So I'm not objecting to that. What I'm concerned about is the fact that I don't think it's subordinate. It seems to me to be almost the same size, very close to the same size as the original building. And it's not clear to me, it doesn't seem from the drawings that there's much of a recess or pulling in. So my recommendation, my argument, my hope would be that the building be reduced, the addition be reduced in size so that it is subordinate truly to the original building, and therefore I think would be more compatible in the district.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Green, for your testimony. We appreciate your time today. Would the applicant like to respond?
Yeah. And again, what we're trying to do is, one, satisfy the owner's request of what they would like to present here at the facilities. The owner, I thought they were going to be on today. The owner, they are in the medical field, and they're actually looking at this to help with. They house individuals that have mental disabilities, sometimes physical disabilities, but mostly mental disabilities that they want to be able to support the families to give them a place to stay, which is of a need in the district. They have been doing this now for about 25 to close to 30 years. And that's the main reason why they look at this facilities or this structure right here, the space that they own, to be able to provide that service to the community. And as far as for recessing it in, we can definitely achieve that. You know, obviously things will have to get reduced in, and interior things will have to get redesigned, but to set it back in away from the, I guess, the rear insides of the rear corners of the existing structure. I mean, that's something that can be achievable to bump that in to satisfy the request.
Okay. Did you address the driveway issue brought up by Steve in the staff report? Did you freeze?
Chair Heath, this is Juliana speaking. I will also note that we have Peter Weiss on the line to provide testimony as well.
Got it. Thank you for that. Yeah, I do see him on the list. Mr. Howard, did you hear that question?
No, I did not hear the last question.
Oh, it was, did you address the driveway width issue?
No, we can meet that. We can be able to satisfy the request on that. I mean, we do have a bit of a slope to go down, but I believe as long as we can meet the slope requirements and all that to get down and then to park at the rear. This is a big lot. It's amazingly a big lot that's here. So I believe that we can achieve that.
Okay. All right. So, yes, we have one more person registered to speak, and that's Peter Weiss.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, thanks. I don't know how much time you give me to speak, but I'd like to read something that I wrote.
You have 3 minutes.
3
That's
minutes.
typical board procedure. Yes.
Okay. Well, let me just first say the design for the addition, which has a larger footprint than the entire original structure and is, in essence, in my view, a kind of a squat, undistinctive block compared to the original house. I think it largely detracts from the beauty of the original structure and its historic significance. And I'd like to offer a couple suggestions that I hope might remedy the harm that would result from the current proposal to the historic legacy that this original building has preserved all this time. My first suggestion regards chimneys. To me, the chimneys of the original structure are the most distinctive and captivating quality. And I suggest the inclusion of 1 or 2 chimneys in the addition, similar to those of the original structure, which would jut skyward from within the roof boundaries. It would be great if they were actual chimneys, venting fireplaces or heating gases, but if they're, just decorative chimneys, that would also work. The second concern I have regards windows. If you look at the left side elevation of the proposed addition, it shows a very large expanse, roughly 2/3 of the addition's north wall, that is simply flat and blank. And this large patch of architectural dullness and historic irrelevance is also a wasted opportunity to improve the interior lighting of the structure. It extends rearward from a couple windows near the very front to all the way to the end of the structure. And that contrasts enormously with the proposed right elevation, which you can see in the picture right now, which includes a historic preservation appropriate porch reminiscent of the ones in front of the original structure, as well as a handsome bank of windows breaking up the monotony seen on the left side elevation. I'd also like to say that I think another structural defect of the proposal is that the new door to apartment B1 that the architect described, which you can see sort of hidden by shadow at the bottom of that in that inset in the front of the original structure, that has no awning over it, no little roof that's going to protect people going in and out and match the appearance of every other entryway on the building. And also, I'd like to note that in looking over the plans for the building, I ran into multiple instances of discrepancies that in the drawings that either seem to be incorrect measurements or that are not consistent with what I understand to be the actual process that's going to be followed with this property. For instance, in the plan for the neighborhood that was shown, where there's one that shows it with the current building and another which shows the footprint of the new building. It says that the width of the building is 45 feet. Everywhere else, in most other places in the drawings, it says that the width of the new building is 32 feet 4 inches, and that's a really big discrepancy. And also on the demolition for the basement, on that drawing, it says there's a demolition note that says demolition plan, basement and proposed. That's the name of the drawing. It says demolition note, raise existing structure completely prepare to receive new 3-level multi-unit dwelling structure. I understand from having spoken with the staff previously that that's no longer, that was part of the original application that came in the spring about this property, and that was turned down, and that to include that in the current drawings is, I think, doesn't apply to the actual undertaking that is allowed. And I think that this proposal shouldn't go forward without at least the efforts are made to improve the match between the rear and the front and preserve more of the elegance of the original building that is not helped at all by the addition. And also, I think that the plans for the drawings for the building should be spruced up so that they're actually accurate. I found numerous situations in which there were, in some places it says that the width of the building is 45 feet, like I said. In another, it says it's 32 feet, 11 inches. In another, it says it's 32 feet, 4 inches. I think that that's not an acceptable plan to pass HPRB approval because of such, inaccuracies. I would be happy to speak to staff about what I've noticed if they're interested. I also would like to just allude to something Mr. Howard said, which is that he says that the building is actually intended to continue as it has been as a residence for developmentally disabled people. And I noted when I looked at the plans that the rear unit is it's a single unit. The whole addition is one unit. It's a 5-bedroom, 3 full bath unit. That made me think when I looked at it, although the plan said that this was a single family dwelling, that this rear unit was going to be continuing as a home for developmentally disabled people. But now it sounds like, from what he said, that it's not just the rear, it's the entire structure is intended to be for developmentally disabled individuals and in developmentally disabled families. I thought when I looked at the plans that the intention was to have the front be, rentals to the general public, and maybe the rear would be continuing as a care home.
We're here just to talk about historic preservation and the compatibility, which you addressed in some of your earlier comments. So if you could just keep your comments to that, that is all that's within the board's purview.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, that's, my main comments then in conclusion are, that I think that the rear addition, besides being very large, it's actually a larger footprint than the original house, is not compatible with the original house. It takes away from the beauty and historic significance of the original house. And I think that, adding chimneys and doing a better job of placing windows, especially on the north walls, would be help that. And also that I think that the drawings are not appropriately accurate to be accepted as the plans to go forward with, because they have, like, for instance, just the width of the building to extend between, they have it indicated as 45 feet in some and 32 feet in others. That's just not acceptable for architectural buildings, architectural drawings. So thank you very much for your consideration and allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Does the board have any questions for him?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, all right. Then we'll turn back to the applicant if there's anything you'd like to say in conclusion or in response to the testimony today.
Yes. One, as far as for the dimensioning, the dimensions are correct. Some dimensions show overall, some dimensions show distances between certain walls distances. So there is no discrepancy against the dimensioning of the structure. And those things are going to get fine-tuned once we get into construction documents. So that's not of a big concern to me, but I just wanted to just bring that up. I do agree with the last participant stated about creating a canopy over the basement door entry. I do like that idea, and that is something that I will look into as far as for a design concept. The windows width on the north wall, I'm assuming he's talking about as far as for the addition. Those can be looked at to see if those will be able to fit within those areas, as long as they do not interrupt the space that we're looking at providing in. We can look into that. But with that being said, I hope the board understands the design idea that we're looking to do, the concept, and can feel the flavor of what we're trying to do on bringing this property back up to a structure that can be utilized within the site. Everywhere else on that street, within that community, it looks lived in, and we want to do the same.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any final questions from the board?
Yeah, Chair Heath, I have a few questions.
Go ahead.
Mr. Howard, I wondered, one of the comments we got was about the relationship of the addition to the historic house. And I wondered if you looked at a solution that was more rectangular and not so square in its layout, because I think you have, I don't know what your rear yard setback is, but it looks like you have a good amount of depth in the rear yard to continue to go back. But did you look at something that was longer and narrower and not square in relationship to the existing building? Or do you think that could be feasible if you didn't?
Yeah, it all comes down to cost. You know, it's always a little bit easier when we can reduce the structure size for the cost on that. So
Well, same square footage, it's just different proportions, right? Instead of a square, it would be a
Correct.
rectangle.
Okay, got you on it.
You know what I mean? So,
Yes.
yeah. So you pull it in on the sides and it would extend out the back, because I think you have room in the rear yard. I don't know what your rear yard setback is, but I don't think you're close to that. But do you think that could be possible?
Definitely. We have a 20-foot rear setback.
Okay.
So we could probably make it more rectangular and take it back another maybe 14 feet, 15 feet, and still give us a lot of grace period for the back.
So it would set back more than 18 inches and 1 foot from the original house. But it would
Correct.
become longer, right? So you could keep your square footage,
Right.
but it would just become longer, a little bit longer. And then, do you know what I was looking, I know I see in your drawings that the new construction is 9 foot from the floor to the ceiling, clear inside. Do you know what it is in the existing house?
Yes. I don't have it dimensioned on here. I do not have it in dimension. I believe it's let me hold on.
No problem.
I got my measurements right here. Hold on. So the first floor ceiling height is 9'4".
9'4". Okay, so it is lower.
Mhm.
Okay. And then my last question is, I know we're not to consider use, but since you mentioned it, I noticed that the only unit that is accessible without a stair is this basement unit. And I do appreciate the comment that you got about having an awning. That was going to be one of my comments too, because Nothing
Okay.
worse than standing at the door fumbling for your keys in the rain, right?
Right.
But do you anticipate that there'll be other accommodations needed for ADA accessibility with these units? Because previously, right now, there's a ramp right at the front of the house.
That is correct.
To the front, but do you think that that is no longer required for these? You're proposing as submitted that that's not required.
Correct. My initial meeting with the client and coming up with the design, it was not for an apartment, but it's not for ADA accessibility and all. Within the previous couple of weeks and all that, he said, well, we might be really looking at doing this, maybe having a couple of units, the lower units, to having those as being ADA accessible units, which at that point when will be obviously the basement unit, and maybe we might do the first floor unit by putting the ramp back, and then having that one. They have to give me that 100% determination on that overall usage. So I'm waiting to hear the 100% from them. I know they're not going to make them all ADA accessible. I know they're not going to do that.
Well, I hope you'll come back to staff because it's not part of our consideration today. But I hope you'll come back and continue to work with staff should they ask you for that.
Okay.
Do that too, because that would not be included. We have nothing to look at, right? So we can't offer any opinion or opine on it at all with that. That's my only question.
Okay. Okay. Then, are there any other questions from the board? If not, are we ready to deliberate? All right. I'll start by just saying that I generally support the staff report. I think I had a similar question about the footprint of the addition and it being so similar and in fact larger in footprint than the body of the main house. But I would agree with staff that this is such a large lot that it can support a fairly large addition. I appreciate that it's lower than the body of the main house. And that to me helps to make it slightly more diminished. I would support the study of the recommendation that you made, Gretchen, to look at making it more narrow in exchange for making it longer or deeper on the site, and allowing that to possibly diminish some of the, I don't know that it's going to be diminished. This is a really large addition, but I think the change in proportions could help. And so I will support the staff report with that additional recommendation for further study with staff.
Would you be amenable, Chair, also to add the comment about putting some kind of roof over the door into the lower unit?
Yes.
And then noting also that should there need to be other accessibility accommodations that we haven't reviewed that, but we'd welcome them to come back with that if they need to do that.
Sure. Yes, we can add that. If that's a motion, we'll amend the motion to include the canopy, the covering, and the recommendation to come back to the board if there are any accessibility accommodations that need to be added at a later date. So
if that was a motion, I'd second it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Marnique, just to be clear, if the accessibility is done in a way that is compatible and not impactful, couldn't that be delegated to staff as well? I mean, I'm thinking that it makes a lot more sense to try and make this rear portion accessible rather than to try and get a ramp up to the first floor of the existing house. And that would be on the back side of the property, and I think could be incorporated into the landscape in a very compatible way that wouldn't necessarily require board review.
Yes, I would support that. Yes. So So yeah, I think certainly, Steve, that could be done under staff purview. But we'll leave it to you to determine if something rises to the level of needing to come back to the board. All right. So any further discussion?
I just wanted to comment that that while I'm not an architect, just from a visual standpoint, that I find the proposed addition to be subservient to the primary structure and generally fine. I think the only place where I see sort of awkwardness is just the roof, which I believe is matching the eave. And I think that there should still be a matching eave, but maybe in thinking about tucking that addition in, that just tucking it in so that eave line is flush with the main structure, you know, could work and still make it visually appealing the way it is. But yeah, I don't know how narrow, Madam Chair, you're looking to pinch this, but I think just pinching it so the eave line is flush could be sufficient.
Certainly at least that width.
Okay, but I support the motion.
Okay. All right. Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Then the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, we're ready to proceed with our last application of the morning. And that is in the Walter Reed Historic District at 1010 Butter Street and 6099 Georgia Avenue. Does staff want to present first?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Tim Dene for the staff. This is a revised concept for the renovation of Walter Reed's Building 12 for use as a hardware store. At the June hearing, the board requested the project return with further detail and some revisions. Since that time, the outdoor garden storage corral has been replaced by 2 parking spaces. But just as with the storage, we think that there should be no parking in that location, which is adjacent to the front yard of the building immediately to the north. We think that we should be treating that prominent area as we would a front yard, even if Building 12 faces south. A bit of landscaping now buffers the northeast corner of the parking, as was suggested by Board Member Bell last month. But the trade-off is those 2 spaces that I've already mentioned that were moved to the northwest corner of the property, plus 2 other spaces that have been moved nearer to the east side of the building's rear wing. We don't think that that's a worthy trade-off. So we either have to deal with the number of parking spaces, or I think we have to let it go. A fenced area west of the building appears to be the relocated outdoor storage and possibly a corral for carts or something like that. The fencing there should be further detailed. The rails and pickets should be solid bar stock, like those of the perimeter fence that's referenced in the notes, rather than tubular fencing, which has may have pinched points and C-channel rails and bracket connections and the like. The solarium now has a nearly flat roof, eliminating the former shed roof. And that flat roof is over a storefront system behind slender columns. We think that this piece needs to be worked out more carefully, probably with the columns engaged at the corners of the structure. And with the columns relating better to the storefront divisions behind. The other revisions are that the elevator has been positioned at the south end of the rear wing, and the 3rd floor connector is no longer open and glassy, but clad to match the building's roofing material. So the Historic Preservation Office recommends that the board approve the general revised concept and delegate to staff further review on the condition that the applicant address the issues raised in the staff report. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Is the applicant ready to present? And if so, if you could focus on the revisions that you've made in response to the board's comments from last meeting.
Okay, great. Okay, this is Jack Foreman. I'm the senior design partner here at BKV, working with the client on this project. And I want to thank the board for all of their consideration and advice and involvement, and with the long-term goal of making the project better. So what we've, our submittal was to try and address your earlier comments, and we have submitted those, but I just want to also talk about kind of how we think those relate to the staff comments. But let me just flip through some things just to reiterate quickly some of the key focus elements that are, you know, sort of driving our design effort. Okay. Can you go to the next slide, please? First and foremost is whatever additions we're providing with our glazed-in porch area or the elevator, we're very focused on the view from the Great Lawn for this building, and not only that whatever we're doing is appropriately within the context of the historic fabric of the building, but it also relates to having a proper view from the Great Lawn as a central feature of the overall historic Walter Reed campus. So we've restudied some of the pictures that you see in here. If you go to the next slide, because we're also talking about the front porch as well as the side porch that we're adding. But in the upper left-hand picture, you can see again the view from the Great Lawn and our landscape idea of continuing the hedge. The view below that kind of is a close-up version of the same. The lower right-hand picture is the playground fence, which we intend to, as a precedent for fence design, to use that in modification to the fence that we were proposing, which I think is directly in line with staff's concerns. So I just wanted to point that out. If you go as far as the parking in the upper right-hand photograph, we definitely, I think everybody would agree that the more we can do to let this driveway circulation space be separate and buffered from parking is an improvement. Right now, the parking, as you can see in the upper right-hand picture, sort of backs into that driveway, and it's really not a very well developed view of the driveway parking landscaping opportunity there. So we would like to talk a little bit about the parking in the site plan, to share with you a little bit our thoughts about staff's comments about those parking areas in the upper right. Next photograph, please. This is in just for reference to better relate to what's there today. And I won't hit on too many items except that the driveway parking discussion in the upper right-hand corner of the drawing facing the Great Lawn, as a part of the overall development of the campus, you know, the vast majority of that driveway will be removed and grassed over, and then we're keeping just that remaining 20% of it, or 20 feet of it, excuse me, and we agree with staff that we don't need parking there, and so we're going to be removing the parking, but keeping that asphalt area and buffering it with landscaping, because we do need a turnaround sort of back end area for loading vehicles, because that's our primary loading area, but there would be no parking allowed there. So we can just go on to the plan development, which is the next sheet, please. If you could, from a context standpoint, we have the playground to the bottom end of the plan, and we had proposed parking. We're removing that. We agree with staff. The fence design and development, we are, again, as shown on the playground area to the bottom of the page, planning to develop that more in detail, agreeing with the staff comments. On the parking area, we do feel that it's important to organize the parking so it looks more like driveway, landscape buffer parking. So we do feel that we've accomplished that because the reorientation of the parking so that nothing backs into the existing driveway area. And we do have a 5-foot and a 7-foot landscape buffer there, similar to the sidewalk and buffer that we're trying to create over on the other side. So we do feel like that this is a positive improvement and would be good for the overall site compatibility. If you go to the next page, just as some additional things that we're looking at, the front area, we're not, sorry, could you go to the next page? Yes, thank you. We are looking at, there's no real improvement changes to this main entry facade other than maintenance and repairs on the porch. We are removing the rail, and we can show you later. We're talking about adding the original rail back, but we can talk about that later. You go to the next slide, which is really from the view of the Great Lawn. We have our earlier presentation, and then we have the new presentation with regards to the porch and the glazed-in area. We agree with staff that engaging the glass with the columns, and we've removed the access to this deck area, so we're not going to need a railing there. And this is all going to be glass because we want more transparency into this area so you can see the existing wall. The area above shows the improvements that we made to tie in the link and the hyphen to the overall building massing at the top floor, and we hopefully hope that's well received by the board. Next page, please. As you go around the building, you're seeing the south, or actually the north view of the new porch, glazed-in porch addition. Again, combining the columns with the glazing will be, I think, a better solution. Next slide, please. I keep looking at my table.
I apologize. My computer is buffering and it's not advancing.
Okay.
So I'm trying, but keep talking.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, we agree with staff that the fence needs to be better detailed. We don't think we actually need the brick piers because they're just adding another vernacular that's not consistent with how fencing is handled on the campus. The porch, the concept of it being a glazed-in porch is really where we're headed with this, and we agree with staff that developing the columns integral with the glazing is a better approach. On the left-hand side, you're seeing a close-up view. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Am I caught up with you now?
Okay, so you can see the enhanced entryway over by the elevator. I don't think this is the greatest view. One thing we have in our exiting study for the building, because we're expanding the existing stair to take care of the full floors in the building addition in the north wing, we're able to get rid of that exterior stair along that side of the building, which encumbers the visual access to the entryway. So we think that's a positive improvement to help us accomplish what the board was looking for, as I understood it, for a greater, better entry feeling. The existing what was cooking porch on the back side of the building that's to the right has this low ceiling area below it, and we're looking to clean that up and develop that as a screened-in storage area. So if you go to the next slide, please. Now we're beginning to look directly at our east facade, which shows how we've taken the elevator and slid it to where it's adjacent to the end wall of the north building addition in the hyphen area to kind of open up that entry space and to really sort of tuck the elevator core in so it's less of an impact, and as compared to what we had before. Obviously the same view of cleaning up the upper third floor addition as more of an extension of the dormer, and again, making it meld in more with the overall building vernacular. You can see below the porch here, below that cooking porch, the sort of glazed in aspect of a glass entry element. And we see further refinements with staff on that we might touch base with a little bit later. If you go to the next slide, in plan, it basically shows how we have moved the elevator over, created this one-story entry vestibule element, and then on the north side on the top side of the plan, we've showed the outdoor sales area, and we'll be fencing that in a similar detailing to what's shown in the upper photograph there, which is the playground fencing. I think that's kind of it for that sheet. You go to the next one, we'll obviously be maintaining that entry from the main entry facade, but it'll be a secondary entrance with our primary entrance coordinated around on the elevator side. One point that I wanted to make out, we should go back to the prior slide. I forgot to mention something. As a part of organizing this whole area and cleaning a lot of things up that are quite messy there now, we're creating and we're still working this out, but the actual building floor elevation here is about 7 to 8 inches below the actual parking lot. So what we're going to be doing is organizing kind of a transition here. We are going to need a short little ramp, but we're going to be lowering the area where the vestibule is at. And I've got some further refinement drawings later to get at that in more detail. But that helps us sort of separate the parking from the building entrance, and also to relate to the ADA access issues that we need to comply with. So then the entrance, this other secondary entrance is off the sales area, which will really be to an outdoor section of the overall hardware store function area. If you go to again, we covered the next slide, then the slide 14, which is really where we show how the elevator is tucked into the side, and we have the second floor link. And we're showing putting a new window in. We've subsequently looked at the possibility that we might be able to save at least one, if not two, of the existing windows with this new elevator location, and we can share that refinement with you later if desirable. Again, here's the third floor connector by extending the corridor of one of the dormer areas. It also shows how we've extended the stair to the top floor, and then that stair plus the two existing end fire escapes provides the exiting, and then we've got a code memo that we can talk to you and that we can share with you about that. The next slide is the route plan, and I'd like to turn it over to my colleague Maurice to talk about the code. The board asked us to look at the exiting and the stairwell issue, and Maurice, you want to share with us where we're at with it?
Sure, thank you, Jack. We did investigate the option of removing one of the egress stairs. We've studied all of the life safety requirements for the building. We do believe that our internal code analysis has led us to suggest that we can remove the stair that was on the east side of the building, that was running all the way up to the third floor. We can still accomplish egress, multiple access points through the building, egress access points by lowering the existing stair all the way down to the basement. We are also investigating that issue with the city. We have reached out to the fire marshal as well to make sure that our code analysis is consistent with their interpretation. But what you're seeing on the slide, if you go to the next slide, please. We just wanted to include our internal analysis with our former ICC official to let the board know that we've done our due diligence to make certain that the previous staff comment of making sure that egress requirements are being researched and met. Wanted to make sure that was included in the presentation.
All right, next slide, please. this just covers kind of, and we tried to hit on these, the staff report, the board notes, and advice and direction. We've simply tried to make sure we've covered all of those. But in the interim, since we submitted and today, we've also expanded our team to include traceries. Emily and Sarah, if you go to the next slide, have helped us by researching more of the historic documents of the building. And this has really helped us, especially on our sort of remaking and fixing up the main entrance porch and adding, and we propose to replace that non-code compliant rail and potentially the doors as well to that roof deck area, so that it potentially with a new railing could be used as a part of the functioning of the building. So that's something we've also invited Emily and Sarah to go over all of our design drawings and to critique and advise us on some of the potential refinements that we could make to further relate to staff input and staff requests, and also to further move forward our discussion here with the board. So as a part of that discussion between board comments, staff report, and traceries, understanding of the architectural historic fabric here, we have made the following changes, which I've pretty much hit already, but if you want to go to the next slide, this shows where what we originally submitted and how we've eliminated the parking, where we've modified the fence to simplify it. We have made a tweak to the entryway. If you blow up the plan on the right, if you could zoom in to that. Thank you. We've further refined that entry by creating a little 1 foot recess, sort of entry plaza area, to create a greater buffer between the parking and the entry. Diagonally chamfered the vestibule area to get more direct visibility for the doors and to create a combination of 2 riser steps and a ramp to create a much more visible entry. We go to the next slide, that actually is better blow up of that. So we've tweaked the vestibule, made the changes per staff comments. If you go to the next slide, it illustrates kind of the staff's comments with regards to engaging the columns, creating more transparency for the glazed in porch. And you can see a blow up of kind of the entry level. We've gone to only 1 door to the porch area to maintain more of the windows. We're also adding back windows in the 2nd floor area, you can see on this plan, to give us more of a direct alignment to the existing the existing windows that were there that have been closed up over the years. The next page is, and again, I'm just talking a little bit about refinements. The next page shows the new porch railing, 2nd floor porch railing off of the entry porch, and how that would be reconstructed. Go to the next one, yeah, which shows in the historic photograph to the right that we received from traceries. The next slide shows a refinement to the staff comments with regard. Could you go back, please? Yeah, this is a refinement to the porch, glazed-in porch idea relative to some of the staff comments of engaging the glazing and having the glazing relate more to the overall fenestration of the historic building as compared to what we originally talked about. The police addition on the 1st floor of the lower level, we've left pretty much intact. And I mean, it is of its own time. There could be mean, we could brick in the windows that aren't a part of the entryway, but we would look forward to the board's comment on this. I think it would be nice if we could keep it glazed, but we need further comment on that. We're willing to have it less glazed. The next refinement sheet shows how we're one of the windows, the two windows, the window on the second floor and the smaller window above. The window on the first floor is currently a blind window, and then the window on the upper floor is existing. And so we're hoping that we can keep the elevator core narrow enough, and we're still researching that. We have researched that we don't need it to go any higher than what we're showing it with the Thonet elevator that we're using. The width, we're hoping to make this size or a little narrower, which would allow us to make these two blind windows actually windows similar to what's there currently, with glazed window openings rather than blind windows. The lower level, this drawing to the right is really a section through the main body of the building between the outdoor, between the cooking porch and the actual vestibule entry, and that here you can see the chamfering of it and the enhanced glazing to relate to the overall fabric of the building. The next slide just shows the enclosure fencing underneath the cooking porch, which would match the same grillage that's up in the front porch area, because that area is it's not particularly accessible from a headroom standpoint, but for the general public, but it would work well as a storage area. Then the remaining drawings, the next drawing, just is more of a perspective view of the close-up. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to share not only how we've related to staff comments, but how we've tried to advance the project from a refinement standpoint. Thank you, and I look forward to your comments and advice and direction.
And this is Emily. Can you hear me?
I can.
All right. Yes, I just want to add is that we were brought on, as you heard, very late. And one of the first things we're working on is a historic preservation plan that will help guide the restoration of the existing building's exterior. And I think you can already see that by finding the original drawings, a lot of corrections were made in terms of the drawings to sort of that helped actually resolve some of the issues that Jack's team was having. So these are not the final saying this is what we're proposing, but the idea here is to give you that we could work with Tim to come up with some, really resolve these issues that can make sure that the historic building remains dominant and that the additions look compatible and that they are clearly, in this drawing, it looks very much like, well, this was just what it was, but the fact is that it will be designed in a way so that it is compatible and yet still easily recognizable as being an addition. So I think that this is a really good step for this project, and we hope that you will agree and will help us work with Tim to get this thing approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. It's great to hear you acknowledge there's still quite a bit that needs to be resolved here. I think the board probably agrees with that, but the project is moving in the right direction. There are a number of things that you presented today that are favorable based on what we saw last time. So does the board have any questions of the applicant at this time? Any questions?
I don't have any.
Okay, all right. There's no one registered to speak on this application. So if we don't have any questions, I think then we're probably ready to deliberate. I sort of started by saying that I think this is moving in the right direction. I think the placement of the elevator, the removal of the fire escapes in a few locations on the east and on the front, is definitely a big help. I think the restoration of the front porch the walkway at the third floor or at the attic level, I'll say. I think there's still quite a bit. It's hard to tell from the drawings at this point that, but there's still some details that need to be worked through. But I do think, as I said, it's moving in the right direction, and I trust that with staff and with traceries, the historic character of this building will be maintained. I would support the concept and recommend that it come back to the board for final review, just so we can see how this develops as the details are resolved. And that could mean consent depending on how it progresses, but I think I'd like to see it again.
I agree with you.
I would support that as well.
I agree.
Okay, so then I'll make a motion that we support the concept and ask that it come back to the board for final review.
Second.
All right, any further discussion?
Just to say that I agree that the involvement of Emily's team in the addition of the historic drawings seems to have really made a difference. Sometimes when we ask for that to happen, people force their new construction concept to be modified, but really this seemed to be more of a holistic approach to redesign and thinking about the significance of the historic buildings and the context in which the design solution is developed. So I appreciate the effort that the team has put forward. It's not a small effort to do the work that's done, and it's much improved, but I think we'll continue to improve with their work.
Agree. All right, so then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose? Then the motion carries. Thank you all. We've reached our lunch break, and we're scheduled to come back at 12:45 with our next application. Does that still work? All right, then we will be back at 12:45. Thank you. Good afternoon. It is now actually 12:46 and we're ready to resume our afternoon hearings for today. We'll begin with the Episcopal Home for Children at 5901 Utah Avenue Northwest. Would staff like to present first?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Bear with me just a second so I can find my notes. This is Tim Dene again. The applicant here is Murray School, which is here acting as agent for the property owner, the Episcopal Center for Children. Murray apparently has a lease to use the eastern portion of the property for sports fields for its students. As the board may recall, in early 2021, the Episcopal Center submitted an application to designate the western portion of its property, excluding the relatively undeveloped eastern portion, intending to lease that to Murray for such facilities. In October 2021, Episcopal divided its parcel into 2 assessment and taxation lots, the boundary between which does not correspond to the eastern landmark boundary, partly because the non-contributing 1-story library media center at the north corner of the landmark is to become the Murray Fieldhouse. In November 2021, Murray filed a special exception application to the Board of Zoning Adjustment, and in hearings the following March and April, the BZA considered the question of impacts on neighboring properties. In that process, the initial plans were altered with more of the field elements extending across the landmark boundary. But the revisions at least pulled the parking lot farther from the landmark. The BZA approved the revised application in an order this April. It was shortly after that that a building permit was filed for site work, consisting of line drawings depicting grading, drainage, and bioretention, retaining walls, fences, and paving. Because several of these elements extended into the landmark, the Historic Preservation Office staff thought it would be appropriate for HPRB to review the relative compatibility of the proposed alterations, partly, of course, for the purpose of eliciting public comment. The applicant has provided a requested additional illustration of features depicted in the permit drawings. The Department of Buildings typically requires separate permits for fences, but it was thought better to look at such elements in detail at the earliest opportunity. The addition of sports facilities to designated landmarks is not common. They exist principally at landmark public schools, but neither is it unprecedented with the Washington International School facilities at Tregarron coming to mind, for instance. Most of the work here occurs near the back corner of the landmark, opposite what one might call the apex at the intersection of Utah and Nebraska avenues. The subject permit application consists of the civil drawings that were submitted, but because notes on those drawings made reference to landscape drawings, the Historic Preservation Office requested those as supplemental information. Proposed fences separating the zone used by Murray from the Episcopal Center parcel are actually the biggest issue. Sections of fence separating the 2 A&T lots are arguably unnecessary, but on the other hand, they would only be 4 feet tall. The sections of fence dividing the property from neighbors would be 6 feet tall, similar to many rear yard fences. The proposed tubular metal fencing is a type that we typically discourage in front yards, but is acceptable at the back of a property, even a landmark property. There are 2 possible kinds of gate specified to stand at the end of an alley that is at the north of the property. The landscape drawings and the civil drawings differ on whether they're swing gates or whether they're sliding gates, and whether they're tubular fencing or chain link fencing. So we'd like to nail that down. And there's reference to opaque privacy panels along the property of a northern neighbor, and those don't seem to be specified. A corner of the soccer field would cross the landmark boundary, and it would be surrounded by a 6-foot tall chain link fence. But a much taller feature would be the netting supported by aluminum poles 30 feet tall as a barrier to baseballs, soccer balls, and footballs that might make it onto neighboring properties, including the Episcopal Center. There is to be additional paving in the form of a walk that leads to and around the field house. And there's the exit drive aisle from a parking lot that would run across an area that's presently occupied by a non-contributing pool and multi-purpose court. Trees on the landmark property appear to be remaining. There's no nighttime field lighting proposed. There is a bioretention swale and its retaining walls near the corner of the soccer field. The Historic Preservation Office seeks the board's direction on the project as to whether the board finds the project sufficiently compatible with and retentive of the character of the landmark, given the location of the work and the fact that there are no direct adverse impacts on the contributing features. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Tim. Is the applicant ready to present?
Hi, this is Trey Holloway from Murray. I'm ready. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Terrific. If we could go, I think this is our presentation that's pulled up, and Steve has that. Can we go to the very first slide, please? Thank you. So my name's Trey Holloway. I'm the assistant head of school for finance and operations at Murray. I've been at this school for a little over 3 years now. If you'll indulge me, I'll just give a little background on Murray School. We were founded by 3 sisters who immigrated to DC from Switzerland. We've been operating in the district for over 110 years, first in Kalorama, now in Woodley Park for over 70 years. At the center of our campus is the Woodley Mansion. It's a historically designated federal style home constructed in 1801 that served as a home for both Grover Cleveland and Martin Van Buren. So we're not going to hold ourselves out as experts on historic landmarks and their preservation, especially not in the crowd today. But the school does have some experience in caring for historic sites, including our own campus. A little bit of background about how we got here today, just to expand a little on what Tim said. So we signed a lease with the Episcopal Center for Children to allow us to rent that field behind their buildings and to develop them into those playing fields. The agreement that we reached with the Episcopal Center allows them to reopen and start their therapeutic program that they have run on that site for, I believe, over 80 years now. They did have to shut down for a while, but our agreement allows them to restart that important program. These playing fields will be used for Murray athletic programming and will also be offered for rent to various DC-based youth sports organizations. The school has a number of relationships with youth sports groups that use our facilities in Woodley Park, and we would do the same here. So I just want to give that introduction. We can go to the next slide. So here's what I'm going to talk about here. I won't belabor it as we'll get into all of it, but that's just a quick overview. Next slide. So this is the one that Tim just went over. I don't know that I need to touch on this anymore. One of the things I will point out, again, is the heritage trees. They're affectionately dubbed the disciple trees. So you may hear me refer to them as that, that are kind of in the middle of those 3 contributing buildings with the green dots. So we can go to the next slide. So this is an aerial view of our overall plan for the site. And Tim pointed it out, but much of kind of what you see going on here happens behind the ECC's buildings. He referred to it as the apex point there at that intersection of Nebraska and Utah avenues. The front of the historic buildings is not impacted by our work. and we have a significant tree preservation and protection plan to care for the disciple trees that are at the center of those contributing buildings. So on this picture, at the bottom is Nebraska Avenue. You can't see it a lot, but that's the street that runs there. Then as you move north, a parking lot with 48 spaces, a baseball diamond with dugouts, a batting cage, and a bullpen. Then there's the multi-purpose field that you have. The site will be enclosed by the 6-foot fence as Tim called it, and there is netting to keep the balls in the field of play. In the top left corner will be a little parklet that's 9,000 square feet, I believe is the square footage on that. We've transplanted 3 heritage trees into that area on the site under the care of some arborists, and that activity was completed this past spring. And then we do plan to renovate the interior of the non-contributing building to outfit it for our use as the field house. You will see on the kind of the left-hand side of the picture a purple line. So like the left quarter of the page, that denotes the historic landmark boundary that's kind of drawn over this visual. You'll see that purple line pop up again and again throughout the presentation, but that's what it's here for. And so everything on the left-hand side, anything that happens on the left-hand side is in the boundary. Next slide, please. So there are a few areas on the site where we have work happening that is inside of that purple line on the historic boundary. Tim mentioned the separation of the lots that happened. So we have the purple box that denotes the landmark boundary. Then there's the pink shading that denotes the parcel that the Episcopal Center will continue to operate on. And then everything else is what Murray is leasing from the Episcopal Center. The ANC's resolution in support of our application that they submitted earlier this week notes these 3 areas. We've reviewed them with the ANC, and one of the important things from their resolution is that these are elements we've been discussing with the community for a couple of years now, and they've changed a bit in response to community input and as part of our own refinement, but the concept is the same here. So each area has a few different elements. Area 1 having fencing, the vehicular gate, new sidewalk, landscaping, the poles and the netting. Area 2, a drain replacement, fencing, and then area 3, parking lot and a curb, fencing and another gate, and then a dumpster pad. So we'll hit each of these areas in detail. Next slide, please. So this is a view of the media center, and we'll talk about the different areas that are happening up here in kind of what's area 1 around the media center. I just wanted to give you this high level view up here. And we can go to the next slide where we start to zoom in on these. So these are photos as is of the site. So the brick building you see is the media center. So the photo on the left is if you were standing kind of inside of the circle of heritage trees there, looking north on the property. And then on the left-hand side is the media center. Then the photo on the right is if you were standing outside of that grove of trees and looking to the west, looking at the east-facing side of the media center building. So this gives you a kind of an understanding of what it looks like now. One thing I want to point out is the photo on the left-hand side has existing sidewalk that you'll see there, and I'll point that out in the next slide. So we can go to that next slide. We have a few different colors here. The first one I will start out with is the red. So the red is the proposed 4-foot fencing that Tim mentioned that separates the Murray parcel from the ECC parcel. We recognize that Tim wrote in his staff report that there's a preference for not splitting a landmark with a fence, and I just want to take a little moment to explain why that fence exists in our design. As the Episcopal Center is making its way towards resuming its therapeutic program, there are some operational realities of doing so. In the past, they've had students that have kind of left the nearby area of their buildings and ran onto the field. That's obviously disruptive for them and their programming, having to dispatch teachers or maybe not knowing where a student is. And so that's something that they hope to avoid, and Murray also hopes to avoid. So that fence came about in our discussion with our partners at the ECC as a way to kind of help both parties. And we mutually agreed that there should be something in place that can't be easily hurdled, but also doesn't make the site feel unwelcoming. And so the 4-foot height is what we kind of settled on after carefully considering all of that with our landscape designer. That fence and its look and feel will closely match the fencing that is going around the exterior of the site, though that's the fence around the exterior will be 6 feet instead of 4 feet. The orange line slides that you see there depict existing sidewalk on the site. So that sidewalk that's there is already poured, and then the blue indicates new hardscape that we would be putting in. It would be used to get folks from the parking lot up to the media center. So we would just be connecting those, and then the fencing would run along that sidewalk, not just in this area, but all the way down to the parking lot. We go to the next slide, please. What you're seeing now is a look behind the Fieldhouse building. And so the photo on the left is kind of a wide view, and then the photo on the right is a zoomed in view. So during the zoning process, we had extensive discussions with the neighbor that lives on the other side of that fence. And they had some concerns about activity that had previously happened in between that fence and the building, and concerns about some of the landscaping. And so we worked hard with them to put an agreement together about what kind of fencing would go there and kind of how we would handle landscaping in that place. That agreement was submitted into the record during the BZA process. And on the next slide, we'll kind of talk about the things we landed on with them in terms of fencing. So we go to that next slide. So on the left-hand side, the long red line you see there is the property line, and that's where we would have a 6-foot privacy fence. And so what I mean by privacy fence is what you see here on the right-hand side. It's the same kind of fencing that we would have around the exterior of the site, but just with some privacy panels in between. And then the short red line that runs perpendicular to the long red line would be a 4-foot fence. One of the problems that the neighbors expressed to us was that people had gotten in between that area between the building and the property line, and teenagers doing teenager type of things, and they wanted to try to prevent that going forward. So we put a fence there with a locked gate to prevent folks from getting in that in-between area. We will discuss the landscaping here in a little bit, but that's the fencing portion of it. We go to the next slide, please. So here we're talking about the vehicular gate, and we do want to define that. That was a comment that we saw in the staff report. So we huddled up and said, we really need to make sure this is well defined. So the short red line is where that gate is going to be. So from that gate leads out into an alley behind the homes that run along Utah Avenue Northwest. And so we're proposing to install kind of that tubular gate that's very close in design and feel to the fencing that we're using, and it would be a sliding gate. Our landscapers say that we can put the landscaping in a way that the gate will not interfere with that, and kind of vice versa. So that's what that gate would be. And it comes in a variety of heights. We were planning on 6 feet tall. We would use that gate to, if there are deliveries that need to be made, emergency vehicles that may need to come onto the site for whatever reason, that's what we would have that, that gate there for. Next slide, please. So now we're going to pivot to the landscaping a bit. I wanted to show you these photos of the existing site again, because it's this is an area where we will be doing landscaping inside of that landmark boundary, close up by the media center. Next slide. So on the right-hand side is that same view of the media center building, but now with landscape depictions. Our landscape designer has put together suggestions for what they think would look nice on the site. You can see on the slide I've written here, we'll have some holly, juniper, magnolia trees, hydrangea, dogwoods, all kinds of different things up by the media center, around the sidewalk, and then in that area between the media center building and the fence line with the neighbor. The red squiggle there in the photo on the right represents a ledge stone wall that will be installed, and you can see a picture of what that would look like in the picture on the left. Next slide, please. So the poles and the netting were mentioned. They're a pretty common feature of any playing surface in the city to keep balls in the field of play. One of the discussions we had with the neighborhood during the zoning process was how best to handle how to blend the netting system into the background. We ended up settling on light colored poles and black netting. The system goes around the exterior of the field, and this includes a corner that's inside of the historic landmark boundary. You can see a picture on the left-hand side of the system that we are planning to use, and on the right again is a photo kind of that area where the corner intersects with the boundary. The zoning order from the BZA does allow for a height of up to 30 feet for the poles and netting in this location. Again, I'll point out that this is all happening in the rear of the property, and it's happening next to this building that's a non-contributing building. If we go to the next slide, it shows where that netting runs exactly. So again, you have the same photo we've been looking at, and you have the purple landmark boundary, and then the red line that angles several times shows how the poles and netting would run. So you see kind of in the bottom right, they start outside of the boundary and they run kind of north on the property, and they intersect with the boundary, run north again, and then cross outside of the boundary. As Tim mentioned, that's the kind of the southwest corner of the multi-purpose field there. So that just gives you a depiction of how that pole and netting system intersects with that landmark boundary. Next slide, please. I'm taking us back to this slide just to kind of reorient us. We finished with area 1, and now we're going to move to areas 2 and 3, which are a little further south. Next slide. This is a zoom in of those areas 2 and 3. 2 kind of being at the top of the picture, and 3 will be at the bottom of the picture. So next slide. So this is kind of a look at the engineering plans. Area 2 is going to be a drain replacement, and I'll show you a picture of what that looks like now. And then there will be more of the black 4-foot fence. And then area 3 is again more of the fence, another vehicular gate, a concrete curb along with parking lot, and then a portion of the dumpster pad area is also inside of the purple line there. Next slide, please. So in the picture on the left is an existing drain that we are planning to replace. That drain is inside of the boundary. What we're going to do is we're going to clear that drain out and replace it with a bigger one to help with water management issues there. We're not replacing the pipe, it's just putting a bigger drain on it. There have been some clogging issues with that drain, so we're hoping to alleviate that. And then the picture on the right-hand side, you will see the red lines. Those red lines are the fencing, and it's a continuation of that same 4-foot black fence that we discussed earlier. Again, in the same family of all the type of fencing we're talking about that we're going to use on the property. Next slide, please. So on the left-hand side is an as-is picture of where the parking lot will terminate, and is where we'll have the curb and some fencing and another gate. So on the picture on the right, there's a lot of colors here, but the red again is the fencing and the gate. So the line that runs from the top kind of down to the red line that runs from the top of that picture to the bottom is fencing, and then a vehicular gate that will separate our parking lot from an existing driveway that's on the ECC parcel. So we want to have a separation there, but an ability for vehicles to be able to move back and forth if that's needed, because the ECC uses that driveway as part of for their maintenance program. The green depicts the curb that is at the edge of that parking lot, and then the blue boxes in the partial the portion of the dumpster pad area that is in the landmark boundary. That dumpster pad area will be screened, and then also we'll have some detailing on it with brick columns that will match the brick detailing of the contributing building that is closest to it. So all those contributing buildings are red brick, and so we plan to use red brick there to kind of I would say, be in keeping with the same character of those buildings. The last thing I will note is that we have an extensive tree protection plan to make sure that the pine heritage tree that is there, that is inside of the boundary, is protected while we do our work, and it's well taken care of. So those are that's my presentation. I'm happy to take questions at this point, or proceed as you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway. Do you have a drawing in here that shows the full context? You've shown us the smaller areas. I'm just trying to piece it all together to understand where the privacy fence stops and starts, the chain link fence stops and starts, and then the 6-foot tall black metal fence stops and starts, and where the sports netting comes in. Is there anything that shows all of that together?
Slide 5 is the closest, but I don't think that's going to get what you're asking for in terms of the entirety of the site. Yeah, that's probably the closest I have in here.
Okay. I was looking at something similar on my screen from our box file. But it's hard to tell where everything is here. Okay. Okay, other questions from board members?
I don't have any, Chair Heath.
Okay. All right, well, then we can always come back to the board for questions, but we do have several people who have registered to speak on this application today. So let's shift to witness testimony, and we'll hear from David Patton, Nancy Voisin, I think. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. We also have Commissioner Bruce Sherman, Jill McNeese, and Amanda Farber. And so we'll hear from them in that order, starting with David Patton. And as a reminder, individuals have 3 minutes, and community organization leaders, ANC commissioners have 6.
Am I live? This is David Patton.
You are live.
All right, thank you. I provided 3 slides to be shown. Is someone prepared to click through those?
Hi, David. This is Juliana speaking. We weren't able to incorporate those.
Oh, well, right, that's a pity. But they mostly recreate slides that Mr. Holloway has already shown. So I'm going to read my prepared comment, and if there are questions, I'll be happy to take those. So thank you, Chair Heath and members. I live very near this site, immediately east on 28th Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I will briefly discuss the landmark designation at ECC, which has already been summarized by Mr. Dene, and urge you to defer action today on Murray's application. In 2021, as we know, this board recommended the ECC for the DC inventory. The agreed boundary included only the 4 main buildings and Central Quad, even though the board report noted that, quote, the original property boundary is obviously more appropriate for designation. For most of the 90+ years at this site, as Trey mentioned, the Episcopal home and later the center considered open space, outdoor recreation, and natural surroundings integral to the care of their children. In 1976, the Washington Post described, quote, the 3 buildings, a playground, a baseball diamond, football field, and a swimming pool. Alan Kors, for whom the media center is named, then the ECC's program director, said, quote, the size of the facility is very valuable. By valuable, I mean therapeutically. Our kids need space. How can you have a child in a 10 by 12 room all day? By dividing the large open field from the historic buildings, HPRB cleared the way for the October 21 lot split, and a new 5-acre site was created for Murray to develop. Because of the roughly 2/3 reduction in the campus's overall size, the remaining landmark site needs vigorous protection. we are already seeing design integrity eroded along Utah Avenue. A new above-ground bioretention pit could have been buried below grade. Mature landscape trees were sacrificed in that construction, and their loss exposed large modern air handling equipment to view. The first slide would show on the left the historic designated boundary, and on the right, the parcel number 832 that Murray leases. We've seen those already. The Murray parcel includes a sizable portion of the landmark, mainly the panhandle, you're looking at it right now, that white area at the top, around the media center. Two other significant areas of the historic landmark also lie within the Murray parcel. These new permit drawings show design details for the first time. Murray has not previously shown the landmark boundary on its submissions. And on my slide had an area 1 and an area 2 that roughly correspond to what Mr. Holloway shows here. Area 1 at the top corner, and my area 2 is combining his areas 2 and 3. Murray calls the purple line the, quote, proposed historic boundary on their sheets. And my hatched areas 1 and 2 together account for more than 4,000 square feet of the landmark area. This is larger than the media center footprint. Then I have a blank page. I'm shuffling one page. Murray's planned field encroaches into hatched area 1, and if they are allowed to build to those plans, as Mr. Holloway just said, there will be 30-foot tall netting within the landmark. One of the BZA members called that the Top Golf appearance. And then finally, a detail within area 1. In the far western corner, inside the circle at the top, new artificial turf would cover approximately 342 square feet of the designated landmark. I printed these plans at scale and scaled it out with 1 inch equals 30 feet. Although it's a tiny fraction of nearly 4 total acres of turf, placing it here indicates a lack of concern for respecting the landmark boundary, in my view. Murray's 5-acre development with regrading, paving, fencing, and netting will loom over the 2.25-acre ECC campus from every angle except from the Utah Avenue elevation. I ask the board to defer a decision on Murray's appeal today and send them back to the drawing board to exercise more care for the treatment of the existing, not the proposed, historic landmark property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you, Mr. Patton. The next person to speak is Nancy Voisin.
Am I off of mute?
You are.
Hi,
Yes.
thank you. Good afternoon. I also live near the site. My name is Nancy Voisin. I live at 6004 28th Street, and I wanted to provide some community context to the discussion today. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Historic Preservation Review Board. My property shares a property line with the Episcopal Center for Children's 7-acre campus. I've lived next door to the ECC site for 23 years. When ECC was in operation, the school asked me to support me and other neighbors to support their construction of the Allen Coors Library and Media Center, which is the non-contributing building that will become the field house at the time for ECC students. I did so without hesitation in writing, as did many of my neighbors. We are a closely knit community and we care about our neighbors, including the Episcopal Center. Most of our neighbors have raised their families in the neighborhood, are civically active, and care deeply about our homes and our community. The vast majority of the neighborhood would support the construction of a natural grass multi-purpose sports field for use by the students of Murray and the students of the Episcopal Center at the time that it reopens. Despite that support for both ECC and Murray, the majority of the neighbors in the community have come together in opposition to the development that has been proposed and to the application before you, specifically because it is too large for the site, as my neighbor David Patton just alluded to, and it will dwarf the historic ECC site. As the community learned recently, with this application, there is insufficient room for the proposed athletics fields on the 5-acre portion that was not designated historic. The field itself will actually be spilling over onto the historically designated site. There's no clearer illustration of the fact that the development is too big, and there are no buffers that provide meaningful separation or privacy to the historic site, because of course the development is bleeding onto the historic site. This application asks the board to allow the development to encroach on the historic site, as has already been discussed. The discord in our community between Murray and the majority of neighbors all came about because, despite the goodwill of the neighborhood and our support for the building of the Allen Coors Library and Media Center, in 2020, with no notice to the neighbors about its lease with Murray, the Episcopal Center applied for historic designation of its campus. But the true aim of that application in 2020, and it was heard in 2021, was not to protect ECC's 7-acre campus at all. It was to secure the 5-acre undeveloped schoolyard for the purpose of development. Simply said, the historic designation was not sought for a proper purpose. The Episcopal Center was in operation for over 8 decades and never previously sought a designation. The purpose of obtaining the designation was to free up the 5 acres of the campus that didn't receive historic designation for development. And contrary to the Episcopal Center's representations to this board in 2021, the partition of the 7-acre campus did not have community support. Although Murray is leasing a portion of the historic site, including the Allen Coors building, the public has never been provided with the terms of that lease with the Episcopal Center. If the board, like the community, has also not seen the lease, then for the protection of the historic site, the board should review the Murray ECC lease. Otherwise, the board does not have full facts as to what is and what will be happening on the historic site for the next 50 years, because the lease is a 10-year lease with renewal periods, each of 10 years, 4 more. Murray intends to use the fields for his students and also to lease the fields to third-party sports leagues. Their use of the site, which included portions of the historically designated site, will not be supervised by Murray. Murray intends to install artificial turf on approximately 4 acres of the property. This is over twice the area of the historically designated site. Appleton Clark Jr., the architect of the beautiful historic buildings, would not approve, and neither should the board. Murray also plans to install tall netting that will mar the views from and of the historic site, and we appreciate Mr. Denay's staff report identifying that very issue. Although the board concluded in 2021 that the Allen Coors Media Center, which Murray is leasing, was non-contributing, it is nevertheless on the historical protected site. The board has been provided with only minimal information about the proposed redevelopment of this building. My requests are that the board require Murray and the Episcopal Center to provide a copy of their lease without financial terms to the board and to the neighbors. That the board continue this matter for hearing before allowing artificial turf to be installed on the historic site, and that the board require the applicant to submit a separate plan for the redevelopment of the Allen Coors Media Center, which is located on the historic site. I thank the board for your time and for your service to the district. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Voisin? All right. We have Commissioner Bruce Sherman. Is the commissioner? Now, I think we hear you.
Very good. Good afternoon. It's great to be with you. Thank you for having me. Shall I begin my testimony now?
Absolutely.
Well, Chair Heath and members of the HPR board, it's a pleasure to be with you today. I want to start off by thanking Tim Dene, staff member in HPRB, for his very able and very frequent assistance to me over the last several weeks as I have sought to understand the details and the procedures that HPRB follows in matters of review of this sort. I'm indebted to Tim for his help. Again, I am the advisory neighborhood commissioner for the single member district in Chevy Chase, ANC 3/4G02, where the Episcopal Center for Children is located. I've lived with my wife and 3 children just across the street on Nebraska Avenue for more than 25 years. I know the ECC property intimately. I'm here today in representation of 2,000 neighbors in my district, and specifically the hundreds who live near the proposed Moray Fields at ECC, including abutting and confronting neighbors. I'm here to ask you, in the interest of procedural equity, as my neighbors have also asked, that you defer voting on Moray's application. This to allow my constituents full opportunity to review and fully understand the many details and implications of Moray's plans. I submit that this would cause no hardship to Moray. The school has repeatedly told our ANC that it does not expect its construction permits until the fall. I specifically ask you to consider the following. Moray affirmed when it submitted its application on June 12th that it had already shared information about the project with the community and had notified the ANC and neighborhood community organizations. The information in question concerned this HPRB review and the specific matters necessitating it, not general information about the field shared with the community previously. Moray, in fact, had provided none of the disclosures required by HPRB on the application. Once Moray submitted its application, it then failed to notify the ANC or the community for a full month. It wasn't until July 12th that Moray did so. Then, barely 2 weeks remained before the first scheduled HPRB hearing date on July 27th. It was, and it still is, peak summer vacation season. What's more, Moray circulated with its notification some 60 pages of updated, detailed civil and landscape plans for neighbors to absorb. What did Moray then disclose was at issue? On a site walkthrough at ECC on July 14th and a public presentation on July 20th, Moray identified just 3 things. Quote, sidewalk and black fence, an existing drainage pipe, and a parking lot curb. Yet the day after Moray's briefing for the community, on July 21st, HPRB staff released its report, itemizing numerous other instances, including, quote, a corner of a soccer field itself, portions of its perimeter fencing and retaining walls, some water management features, a walk, a parking pad reached from the alley to the north, and the egress from a surface parking lot located close to Nebraska Avenue. Asked to explain the discrepancies, a Moray representative, it happened to be Trey, said, I can't give you a definitive account of which items the board will ultimately focus on because we don't know. New areas have now been indicated by the staff. The board members may choose to focus on other things or not focus on any of the items at all. We won't know until the hearing, end quote. The matter at hand was not what you, the board, might focus on. It was the issues in play that my constituents needed to be aware of so they could reasonably prepare for the hearing. July 21 was again scarcely 2 weeks before the rescheduled hearing date, which is today, August 3rd. Bear in mind, Moray and HPRB staff began discussing the issues in mid-May. If indeed Moray had no idea of the range of issues HPRB might review, then how could my constituents know? And if the HPRB process cannot provide visibility on critical aspects of the review when it issues public notice 30 days prior to a hearing, how is the public to know and plan accordingly? Only on Monday of this week, July 31st, at a special meeting of ANC 3/4G, did Moray notify the Chevy Chase community of the further areas of possible interest to HPRB. one's in the staff report. This was just 3 days before today's hearing. In short, Murray's application was deficient upon submission, its disclosure to the community inexcusably tardy, and its representation of project details incomplete at best. I asked the board to consider the serious problems here regarding procedural equity. Notwithstanding the manifest lack of such equity, there are neighbors, as you've just heard today, and you'll hear from others, who have dropped everything and scoured the HPRB file in a desperate attempt since mid-July, just 3 weeks ago, to try to understand what's really at issue. I urge you to heed their words and their concerns, but I emphatically also urge you to respect that many of our fellow residents, my constituents, have not been able in the very limited time we have all had to process the myriad details of Murray's application to focus on this. Again, it's the middle of summer and peak vacation season. As to our ANC 34G resolution in support of Murray's application, the vote was 3-1-1. I was the commission who voted in opposition. But the commission has 7 members. 2 were overseas. Again, it's vacation season, on vacation and unable to attend. I'm the commissioner whose district the Murray development is taking place. For me and my constituents, it's not something happening a mile away. It's right across the street and just around the corner. I have pledged to my constituents that I will ensure they always have a voice, that I will uphold their fundamental right to participate fully in our local democratic decision-making. That's what this is about for me and why I'm speaking to you today. I thus respectfully reiterate my request to the board that you defer voting on Murray's application to allow my constituents full opportunity to review and fully understand the many details and implications of Murray's application. Again, this should cause Murray no hardship. The school has repeatedly told our ANC it does not expect its construction permits until the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. Thanks for clarifying. We have the ANC resolution in our file, which we give great weight. And I was going to ask, but you made it clear that where you fell in the vote of 3-1-1. Are you asking that the board defer decision until such time as the community can review what's been presented to the board today, such time as the community can have another meeting with the ANC for a presentation? What are you asking?
So, Chair Heath, as I indicated, and my neighbors who have spoken thus far have also indicated, this has been a process of rolling discovery that has just taken place since July 12th. And in fact, it's been an incredibly rushed, hectic period for all of my constituents to try to understand what's at issue. We as a community, and you've heard again, some very specific issues that Mr. Patton alluded to and Ms. Voisin also alluded to, that cause serious concern for the community and require time to review and assess. I think it's entirely fair to defer the vote at least until September, the month of August and into September, to give the community time. There is further disclosure. I want to stress what you're seeing today from Murray, our community only saw on Monday. And therefore, while I respect my colleague commissioner's vote, I have to acknowledge that none of us had information adequate to have an informed vote and an informed decision until then. So yes, I'm looking for a deferral. I would ask the board to defer this until such time as the issues that are being brought forward to you today can be thoroughly examined and resolved.
Okay, thank you. Other board members have questions for the commissioner?
No questions.
Okay, great, thank you. The next person we'll hear from is Jill McNeese.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm Jill McNeese. I live near the intersection of Nebraska and Utah Avenues, right across from the ECC. I'm a volunteer with Potomac River Keepers. I do water quality testing in our watershed. I kayak in the Potomac, and I'm an advocate for a clean, healthy environment. My objection to Moray's Sports Complex at the ECC is the plan to install nearly 4 acres of plastic turf at the site. According to the project description that Moray submitted, they're seeking approval for existing field redevelopment and landscaping to include new artificial turf fields. I'm concerned about several issues related to this. First, we recently learned from documents filed with the HPRB that a portion of the artificial sports turf field will encroach on the historic site. My concern here is that HPRB should not be allowing plastic turf, which was first used in 1964, on any parts of a historically designated site at the ECC. Plastic turf is not in keeping with the historic character of the site. My greater concern, however, is that plastic turf is toxic and will expose not only the field users and surrounding community to toxic PFAS, but the entire DC area, as PFAS from the field will run off into Rock Creek watershed and into the Potomac, which is the source of our drinking water. Natural grass would eliminate the environmental and human health concerns, while at the same time be in keeping with the historic site. So what are PFAS? They're a class of over 10,000 synthetic fluorine chemicals. They're called forever chemicals because they do not break down naturally and they accumulate in the body. PFAS are known carcinogens, they are endocrine disruptors and immune suppressants, and they're particularly harmful to the developing bodies of children. I'm sure you've heard about PFAS because they've been in the news a lot lately. DuPont just concluded a $1.19 billion settlement, 3M a $10.3 billion settlement over PFAS contamination. 3M has said it will stop manufacturing PFAS in 2025. EPA recently declared PFAS as a toxic chemical class. 26 states have taken action against PFAS. Maine banned all uses of PFAS in 2021. Boston and other cities have instituted a moratorium on artificial turf fields. 17 states' attorneys general are suing PFAS manufacturers. And on July 18th, our own Attorney General Schwab sued 3M, DuPont, and others over PFAS pollution of the DC environment. And yes, it has been scientifically proven that there is PFAS in the plastic carpet of artificial turf. In 2019, the Ecology Center labs in Ann Arbor, Michigan, found PFAS in the plastic blades of many different kinds of plastic turf, artificial turf. And industry patents show that PFAS is used as a processing aid. Recent research in Sweden found PFAS in every single field that was tested in confirmed quantities of up to 38 pounds per field. That's a lot of PFAS. Every variety of plastic turf that has been tested contains PFAS, including those which claim to be non-toxic. There is no eco-friendly artificial turf. There's a lot more to know about PFAS and plastic turf. I asked the board to continue hearings on the matter so the board can hear from experts because we just didn't have time to bring those experts in to speak. Think of PFAS like DDT. Over 60 years ago, Rachel Carson wrote her groundbreaking book, Silent Spring, which turned the tide and pushed our government to ban DDT in 1972, and rightly so. Now is the Silent Spring moment for PFAS. It's a historic moment. I hope the Historic Preservation Review Board will not be on the wrong side of history on this important issue, and I ask the board not to approve Moray's request for new artificial turf fields. I thank you, and the people of Washington, D.C. will thank you too.
Thank you, Ms. McNeese. Any questions for her? All right, and the last person that we'll hear from on this application is Amanda Farber. Amanda Farber, if you can unmute.
Can you hear me?
You can.
Okay, great. I appreciate this opportunity to testify. I am appearing today on behalf of Safe Healthy Playing Fields, Inc. Our nonprofit organization is part of a broad coalition of stakeholders advocating for safe, healthy, and fiscally and environmentally responsible play surfaces for children and athletes. I reside in Maryland, but was born and raised in Washington, D.C., and I'm also a mom of 2 multi-sport playing children. So I fully appreciate the need for youth and school sports facilities. The project in front of you today proposes to pave approximately 4 acres of cool, living, natural green space with hot petrochemical-based plastic. The problems with plastic artificial turf fields, regardless of the infill, range from heat, hardness, toxicity, turf burn injuries, pollution, and a lack of recycling and disposal. I would like to highlight 3 of these concerns, which should be particularly relevant to your board's review: PFAS, microplastic pollution, and heat islands. PFAS, as you've heard, thanks to recent scientific advances, media attention, and growing legal liabilities, the world is finally waking up to the problems with PFAS chemicals and their serious health risks, even in very small amounts. This class of chemicals are referred to as forever chemicals because they are extremely persistent in the environment and our bodies. Artificial turf is made with PFAS chemicals. Repeated independent testing has confirmed this. And this past June, the industry was forced to admit it. The Synthetic Turf Council opposed a California bill which would have banned the sale of turf containing intentionally added PFAS chemicals because the Synthetic Turf Council said manufacturers needed more time to develop alternatives to the use of PFAS. They also asked that the future threshold for PFAS in artificial turf be 50 times what the legislation proposed. Next, microplastic pollution. Throughout their use, artificial turf fields shed microplastics, regardless of the infill. In 2018, I documented the state of many artificial turf fields in DC into a video called "Synthetic Turf Fields Are Failing." I urge you to watch the video. The images speak for themselves. And last, heat islands. Artificial turf gets significantly hotter than natural grass, and often hotter than asphalt on hot summer days. The presence of artificial turf heat islands are present in GIS satellite views and with FLIR thermal imaging. These fields may look green to the naked eye, but they're often red hot. The consideration of history is very important, and so is consideration of the future. Once this land is paved in plastic, it will be difficult to ever convert it back. You're basically committing to more plastic, PFAS chemicals, microplastic pollution, and added heat impacts for decades to come. I urge the board to take these lasting impacts into consideration. Thank you, and I will also submit additional written testimony.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Farber? Okay. Then if not, we'll turn back to the applicant. You have an opportunity to respond to the comments that you heard today from any of the witnesses, any and all.
Sure. I would like to say a few things. I did have a kind of a procedural question. Is anyone that wants to speak, they needed to register in advance? There's the chair from the ANC was wondering if they would be able to speak, but okay.
The chair from the ANC?
Yes, Lisa Gore.
Yeah, I mean, typically ANCs register. We can hear from the ANC chair if she's on the line, but yeah, their typical process, because they speak to us all the time, is to register.
Okay. Well, yeah, there are a few things that I would like to say. So the folk, obviously Commissioner Sherman, but the other folks who spoke, they are individuals with whom we've had a lot of conversations from the outset of this project, going back to fall of 2021, and talked a lot about the design and scope of our project. In addition to those neighbors, there are dozens of other neighbors that we've had conversations with that have been highly productive and resulted in substantive changes to our plans that we've done over the time period. And we're proud of that work. am proud of what we've done in this neighborhood. It's not a majority of people in this neighborhood that are opposed to what we're planning for the site. So I just wanted that to be noted for the record. And when it comes to, I think this is getting a little bit into the zoning, because the BZA has already noted that we're planning to use artificial turf on this site. So I don't know that talking about and litigating the use of artificial turf on the site, if this is the correct format. But I will just say for the record that, I want to get back to the core of what Murray is, and that's a school. It's a place that is charged with the care of children and educating them and readying them to be productive adults. In my experience, the people that care so much about children and their well-being are the people who have committed their vocation to that. I may be new to the education field, but our recently retired head of school, Marjo Talbot, spent almost 50 years working in education and caring for kids. Our new head of school, Dennis Biscard, has spent 40 years working in and around schools and with kids. The people that I'm working with on this at our school care about kids, and we don't want to do anything that would harm them, that would harm the future for them. And so while I respect all the comments here, the school and leaders at the school have been doing research on turf for many, many, many years. We have turf fields behind our campus in Woodley Park. So we know the ins and the outs. We've had tons of meetings on this, and we've committed to the neighborhood to install the best product that's out there. So that's just something I really want to make super clear to the board. As for everything else, well, I would just, one other thing about the delay. Commissioner Sherman, and I've clarified this in the meetings we've had with the community and for Commissioner Sherman, the idea that a delay on the board's decision is not harmful to Murray because we did not expect to get our permits until the fall is not true. So we don't expect to get our permits until the fall because we understand that there's a back and forth process with different agencies when it comes to getting your permits. So when you submit for a permit, you get agency comments. When you get agency comments, you make adjustments to your plans and you resubmit. So that's why we expected it to be until the fall, because we need to go through processes like we're having today, not because we're not working on the permits this summer. So there is harm to Murray without the board decision, because HPO sign off on our civil permit is one of the sign offs that we need to have. And so we would appreciate being able to move forward under the zoning order that we secured.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any other questions?
No other questions.
Okay.
Commissioner, Chair.
Yes.
This is Lisa Gore, Chair of ANC 3G. I just wanted to let you know I was on the line if I'm able to speak.
Okay, yeah, sure. We can hear from you now.
Okay, thank you. And let me first just start by apologizing for not registering in advance. I tuned in just to make sure I was keeping abreast of the conversation, but I did want to clarify something with the board in terms of the ANC's letter. The ANC does support this application, and I just want to make sure that the board understands that our review focused on the 3 areas of proposed work. I know there is a lot of information and details submitted by Murray, but we strictly focused on areas 1, 2, and 3 that are outlined in their proposed work in those areas that cross over into the historic district. And in discussing this, the ANC as a body felt that we had enough information and timely information to make a decision on this particular proposal. We also did discuss the delay with Murray, and we didn't feel like that was something that impeded the resolution or, our letter of support. So that's pretty much what you have in terms of the ANC's position as a body. So I definitely respect Commissioner Sherman's position as a single member district commissioner for the area. And a person that has his finger on the pulse of the residents, but I just wanted to make sure I clarified the ANC body's role in this and the ANC body's decision. Thank you.
Sure. Can you, and there's been a lot of discussion of what was presented to the community in the ANC, and whether the community has had ample time to review the most accurate information. Would you, what are your thoughts on that, and what the number of meetings that were had with the ANC, the level of information that's been shared, and whether additional information is still necessary?
Well, I think everyone would probably agree that the timeline on this was not the best, but the ANC didn't feel like the information for this particular package was information that had not been previously discussed or reviewed with the community. So we had always talked about the fence. We'd always talked about, the parking area, and where, that parking area kind of resided. So it wasn't, to us, in our view, and I'm not going to speak in terms of the community on this because there's a variety of opinion. There are people in the community that have absolutely no problem with this. And then you have testimony from residents that feel that they do need additional time. So I think regardless of what I say or anyone says, there's going to be a difference of opinion on that. But in the ANC's view, in terms of past discussion and review of this particular area of work, the areas 1, 2, and 3, we feel like this has been presented to the community and the ANC before. Now, with this particular application, the ANC did not have time to put it on its July 24th calendar. But in the midst of that, and I believe it was maybe Commissioner Sherman or someone had asked, and you might want to ask Mr. Holloway about this, to have a community meeting to discuss the application. I believe that was held on July 20th and it was virtual. They made that presentation available to the community. I believe there was also an email that went out to the community from Murray. I'm not sure. Well, yes, I do believe also Commissioner Sherman sent an email out to his constituents. So there was some notification. But I think, you'll have to just, make the decision for yourself in terms of the timeliness comment on it.
Okay, thank you for your participation today.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate it.
Sure. All right. Any further questions from the board for the applicant? Tim, in your report, you indicate that the board action must be taken within 90 days of the applicant's submission.
Actually, that is an error. I apologize for that. You actually have 120 days in this sort of situation. I was sort of thinking of a different situation.
Okay.
And let me also say that we advised the ANC through Commissioner Sherman that it has the prerogative to ask for a deferral until September, and I should say until September only, because of the particular requirements of the ANC law. It sounds like the ANC has not requested that. I would also point out, just to clarify, in regard to Mr. Sherman's testimony, that we're not aware of any defect in the notice on this project. Our office sent out its usual monthly notice 4 weeks ago, 28 days ago. And we have acknowledgments in writing from some of the neighbors that they had received information. They had received notice from the applicant by mid-July. So we're not aware of any defects in the notice. So I just want you to be aware of that. Also, an observation, I was interested in the reason I raised the BZA review is because this is a project that's not unknown to the neighborhood, and I was interested in why the plans called for crossing into the landmark, and I found that the original plans didn't, other than the use of the media center for the field house, but it seemed to have come about as the BZA took in comment from the neighbors and the community in general about the configuration and the effects on them. So the BZA has considered effects on neighboring properties, which of course this board is reviewing effects on the landmark itself. So I just wanted to sort of raise that. So when I looked up the BZA record, I found that the drawings are, well, some of the same that you've seen today. Obviously, the civil drawings to implement the plan that the neighborhood has seen is a relatively new thing, right? They were drawn up this spring, and we're now reviewing those. But it seems to be consistent with what the BZA plans had shown, and we're not aware of any defect in the public notice.
Okay. When was the BZA hearing? How long ago was
The
that?
the hearings were back in March and April of last year.
Okay.
The decision only came about in April of this year, and then the civil drawings followed that.
Okay. But the detail or the proposed concepts for what's to be installed in areas 1, 2, and 3 that we've seen today are consistent with what
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, thanks, Tim. All right, then is the board ready to deliberate? If so, I'll ask that board members turn on their cameras. I don't see anybody yet. Oh, there you are. Okay, great. So, I was on the fence, no pun intended, initially about whether to defer this decision. But I'm sort of, more detailed drawings are certainly going to continue to be developed as the project moves forward. And more detailed drawings will be developed after the board gives approval, whether that's today or in September. It's hard to know with 100% certainty whether the community saw exactly what we're seeing today. We believe they did, but it's hard to know, or what people understood based on the drawings they saw. But to me, the impact of this is fairly minimal on the historic site. And I'm inclined to support it, but I am curious if others have other thoughts or issues with what's been presented today.
Madam Chair, I'd be interested in hearing from other members as well, but I'm inclined to support the staff report. I agree that the sort of conflicting perspectives of the neighbors is difficult, and it's troubling to sort of parse through and place it in its proper context. But aside from that, I agree with you in terms of what's being proposed. To me, doesn't seem to be substantially impactful, and would be inclined to support the staff report, unless there's some ideas or thoughts from other board members during deliberation that are drastically different from that.
Well, since I haven't spoken yet on this, and I'll leave the last comments for Board Member Phelan, I tend to agree with the staff report and with the comments already articulated. I am curious about sort of the materials of the fence and some other details along those lines, but in terms of the overall impact of this application as it relates to the historic resources, I think they're fairly minimal. Certainly, it would have been cleaner to have the subdivision line be consistent with the fence line, but I think we can understand why that's not the case. And I think the impact here is marginal, literally on the edges. Not a historic preservation issue as it relates to this. The material of the field and the testimony we heard, I think, is valid in terms of impact on the environment and potentially on the athletes using the fields, but that's not a preservation issue per se. I think if the landmark had extended deep into the field area, then we could look at the landscaping question vis-a-vis the buildings, but it doesn't. So I'm not sure that really falls under our purview. I think if staff or other board members felt differently, I could be persuaded, but beyond that, I would look forward to refined drawings as the program advances.
I agree with everybody. I would only add that I'd hope an alternate material could be found for the field, because clearly there's a larger environmental issue that's not so related to historic preservation. Although I guess I don't know what the history of AstroTurf is. Maybe someone's PhD thesis there. But certainly the issues and environmental concerns that people have raised are important, however, not within the preservation law at hand. And I think the amount of field that's impacted is very minimal.
Yeah, I would agree.
Not to minimize the issue, but the area of the field is minimal. And I would hope as this develops that maybe there's an alternate material that could be considered or thought of.
Yeah, I concur with that thought as well. Definitely some more natural, more sustainable material for the fields would certainly be recommended if that can be considered. So then with that, I will make a motion to support the staff report.
I'll second.
Sorry. So any
Can I, before we do that, I apologize for interrupting, but the staff report didn't actually make a recommendation on an action. It just asked for your input.
Okay.
So the action, this is a permit application. The board could certainly say, the board supports our clearance of the permit application with or
Yes.
without conditions.
Okay, I'll restate it then. So the motion would be to support the permit application. And with the recommendation that the applicant look at alternative materials to turf.
Second.
All right, so the motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? I think that was everyone, so the motion carries. Thank you to everyone for your participation today. We have reached, oh no, we still have two more. So our next application is 3424 Quebec Street Northwest in Cleveland Park Historic District.
Yeah, as you'll, excuse me, as you'll remember, this is the case that you all heard testimony on regarding a second floor addition to a bungalow in Cleveland Park last week. And you closed the record, you completed the testimony phase of the hearing, and you deferred deliberation because I think we lost a quorum. So to pick up where you left off, we just put the plans back into the presentation. As you'll remember, there were two options. One was for a gable roofed addition on the front portion of the two-story addition, and the second was for a shed roofed dormer. And just to remind you, this was the gable roofed proposal that is the applicant's preferred option. And then the shed roofed dormer, which is pulled a little bit further back and has a little bit lower of a roof line. And this was the recommendation of the staff because we thought it had a little bit less of a visual impact, both as seen from the street and just felt a little bit more diminutive on top of the roof of the building. And then these were the perspective views of the gable roof, the shed roof, the gable roof, the shed roof, the gable roof, and the shed roof.
Okay. Thanks. I think where we left things was that we had finished testimony and we're ready to move to deliberation. Is that right, Steve?
That's right.
Okay. All right. Do board members have any final questions before we do that? Okay. Yeah, and we did not have a quorum in the end, so I think now that we do, we can deliberate on this. I am in favor of the staff report here, and specifically the shed roof option that feels more compatible with the existing roof lines. So I don't know where others stand on this.
I'm in support of the staff report. I think that either roof form would be acceptable to me, but the shed roof is a cleaner drainage solution.
Okay. All right, then I will make a motion that we support the staff report. Okay, great. Thanks, Gretchen. Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right. So the motion carries. Thank you to the applicant for your patience. And now our last application of the day, which is in the Capitol Hill Historic District at 504 4th Street Southeast.
Yes, and I'm going to fill in for Moira here, who's on vacation this week. This is for a concept for both a rear addition to an historic house, as well as a rear yard accessory dwelling structure, a two-story unit. And this has actually been revised a little bit in response to both the staff report and an on-site mock-up. And so it is a little bit updated and has worked to address some of the concerns that the staff had. Just to orient you, 504 4th Street, let me see if I can pull up a photo, is, well, didn't give us a photo. It's a two-story mid 19th century house in which it's got a later rear addition to it. The rear addition would be largely removed, and then an addition put on the back. This was the initial proposal here, which raised concerns about both the deck that was being inserted into the roof of the back portion of the roof of the building, as well as the height of the rear addition, which you see here is essentially 3 stories. The applicant has revised this several times to lower its height. This is one of the sightline studies that was done, which we thought was a little bit too close for comfort. So the addition was pulled both further back and lowered in height. Here on the lower image, you see, well, on both images, you see the mock-up that was done that Moira attended, in which 2 posts were put up at the front wall of the rear addition and the midpoint of the rear addition. And while those were not visible over top of the roof line, they were visible through the side yard because this house is detached on the south side. And then the lower image shows the first revision. It has subsequently been lowered even further and moved further back, which you see the relationship to the existing rear wall of the building now. I think it's been reduced by about 4 to 5 feet from the initial proposal. It still will be visible through the side yard, and it will also be somewhat visible from E Street, but it will be largely silhouetted against another rear addition on the adjoining property, rather than introducing an altogether new height or break an existing roof line that's not already there. So I think with that, I will let the applicants sort of walk you through this. We had concerns about it. I was not present at the mock-up myself, but it does seem like the revisions to lower it are certainly an improvement, and I think a much more comfortable relationship with the house if the board's inclined to accept a 3-story addition on the rear of this 2-story house. We didn't have particular concerns about the accessory dwelling unit in the rear. There's no alley in this block, so that's a mid-block building, and would have very limited visibility from any street view, and we think is perfectly compatible and a reasonable way to add density and an additional living unit into this property. So with that, I will turn it over to the applicants.
All right, great. Thanks, Steve. Is the applicant ready to present?
If you can all hear me.
We can.
Thank you, Steve. We can start. This is the Damian with Damian Wilbur Architects, the architect on the project. Steve, if you can start from maybe the previous slide. Yes, so this is just to give you an idea about the original footprint in white, and the extent of the addition that we're doing in the back is about 200, just over 200 square feet, and then the accessory dwelling units just under 400, about 390 square feet. Next. And this is give you an aerial view of the context. It's a very diverse neighborhood. There are 4-story multifamily building on East Street, and then 3-story row houses also on East Street. 500 4th Street, which is the house at the corner. This is a 3-story, steps down to 2-story, and then to 1-story. And then the current configuration is a 2-story of 502 and 504. 506, the one just south of the project, is a two-story that was a third story added to it, a large third story addition. And then two doors down is a large four-story church. So just to mention that is a very diverse block in terms of height and massing. Next. It shows how far now the final proposal is set back from the street, and we actually set it back from the ridge of the original house at about 15 feet. So basically the rear addition starts at the end of the historic building. As opposed to other additions where they actually look much closer and a lot more visible to 4th Street. And the photograph coming up will explain further. Next, please. So this is the existing footprint of the property, of the existing house. Next. And shows again in yellow the addition. And I will get into detail in the next few slides of the history of the development of this house, which led to the reason why we refined it the way we did. Next. So this is the sight line, the typical sight line. We go across the street, draw a line for the bridge and what's visible, what's not visible. Next. And this is show the context behind it, and that is the proposed currently. I'm going to clarify some things that Steve described in a slightly different sequence, which is this is the proposed, is what we're proposing right now. But what we started out with in the next slide, initially we wanted to go up all the way to the sight line and maximize the drama, large stories, capture as much light as possible. But we got some feedback from staff, look, that is too high. We don't want to risk has visibilities, and they suggested pushing it back. And so the next slide showed the first revision, and it shows that we pull it back and we lowered it. So basically the lower point's at 7'6" high ceiling, which is almost the lowest habitable space allowed. And then further, the next slide shows that we actually did it, pushed it back even further and lowered it much further. So actually the drop from where we started out with to where we end up with is about 6 feet in height. And the reason is, if you go to the next slide, this historic, the Capitol Hill Restoration Society report was somewhat very helpful, because they stated that it was not clear but what is the history of the original house. And that was kind of triggered a little bit of research on our end. So they mentioned the Fates and Pratt maps, and it shows that really it's not clear, but what is the footprint of the historic house? And that is on the left slide, left drawings. With the help of a very curious client, we actually researched it further, and we saw that the original house was a 2-story, and it has a 1-story addition in the back attached to it. That's the map that is the second one from the left. This is from the Sunborn fire insurance map. It's in 1886. And then the Sunborn in 1904 updated the map, and it shows that the 1-story rear addition in the back was torn down, and they built a 2-story addition in the back, and that's an L-shaped building. And that's also, if you can zoom in, Steve, I don't know if it's possible to make it more visible. Correct, yeah. So if you pull it down a little bit, then you'll see our property. So you go from 2 stories, 1-story addition in the back, to 2 stories and 2-story addition in the back, with the gabled historic house in the front. Curiously enough, they had an accessory dwelling unit in the back, or storage shed of some sort, that is almost identical to the accessory dwelling unit in the back. This is somewhat not critical to our conversation here, but researching the history was very helpful. And then the map to the right, it's an overlay of the Property Quest and History Quest overlay shows the current footprint of what's there on the property. So we owe maybe a thanks to Beth Purcell to actually triggering this one, because she said, well, it's not clear in her report what is the historic portion of it. So what we've established is really that the historic building is the main primary residence, which is a 2 stories, a gable framed house. And then the rear addition was 1 story, 2 stories, and we're proposing a 3 stories in the back. Next. So this is another story of our iteration and story in elevation form, that if imagine there's no building next door, and see how initially we wanted to overlap the addition with the existing house, the existing historic building. And then next you'll see that we pulled it back further and we reduced the overlap, thinking of it, the void in the glass form will function almost like a Venn diagram, that the void will be the overlap of the two. But after that discovery in the research and discussing this with Moira and then later on with Steve, we discovered that the best thing to do, which is described in the next slide, is to actually pull the rear addition completely away from the historic house and have a glazed space between them. So when we take the roof line of the addition and bring it down, there's a clear separation between the two. And we pulled back the glazed area in the middle at least a foot, so that way the historic house will be completely intact and seen as if it's not interrupted. There's no overlap between it and the addition. And we think that is most appropriate historically. Next. This is quick views of the accessory dwelling unit in the back. Showed the elevation. This is, again, it's not visible. It's not on an alley. It's just visible to the surrounding neighborhood. And it's 21 foot high. It's lower than most of the structures around it. And it's closer to the 4-story multifamily building. Next. These are views from the backyard and the neighbors, what they will see. We would like to incorporate biophilic architectural solution as much as possible. So you're not only seeing building structure windows, like to see planting and incorporate into the building. This is something that we are doing in a lot of our projects. I think that these are good architectural solutions. Next. And this is a view also of the accessory dwelling unit. It's the perspective showed a lot more dramatic than it is. It's only 21 feet high. But we wanted to mention that we wanted to contrast the addition from the historic building, make sure that we're not creating false sense of history. We would like to use conventional material, but it's kind of a modern 21st century interpretation of that. Next. So this is what we called contextual perspective. So we did bird's eye views from the 4 perspective, looking at the neighborhood. So if you're a bird, you'll see basically what how the massing and the addition that we're proposing relate to the building around it. So the top left one, looking at the northwest corner of the block, then you see our addition nestled between the 3-story addition on the 506 building and then the 500 block, which is 3 stories as well. And one from across 4th Street looking head on, you'll see that our 3rd story is the lowest 3-story structure in the block. And there are 4 stories as well. Next. So this is also a rear elevation showing the relationship between our 3-story addition compared to the surrounding 3-story buildings, where the high point of our roof is still lower than the highest point of the other story, and the low point of the roof is even further down. It's closer to the gable. Next. This is the view from across the street, and I think that's the image that Steve was looking for. And you can actually, from across the street, you cannot hardly see the addition. You will not see the addition. The next slide shows only where the addition will be visible from 4th Street. And in the building, in the image on the right side shows the proposed and the existing on the left side. And you really have to stand between the gap between the two buildings, standing in one specific slot to see addition in the back. And actually, it's not going to be perceived as something that's overwhelming or incompatible with the building, the historic building in the front. So it's one angle that you can see it, and it's really set back, and the high point of it rising toward the back. Next. And this is a view from Marion Park on East Street. So you'll see the corner house on 500 4th Street, and on the left side the existing, and on the right side you'll see the addition. You'll see the wall of our addition. Okay, but if you don't see our addition, you'll see the 506 addition, which is higher than our proposal. So it is in the middle of the block, and it's well set back, and it really it's not it's not an imposing addition. It's just slightly visible. Next. So this is closer in. This is the image closer in, looking at another one specific area where you can see the addition in the back, looking between 500 and the 3rd story on East Street, row houses. Next. Again, on the left side is the existing, and on the right side is proposal. Steve, again, you probably want to zoom in, and it shows that if you there is a 3rd story already visible, which is 506 4th Street, and you can see the rooftop unit and air conditioning units, and it's not very sightly. I think in our case, we think that is an improvement, because you're only seeing the side of our 3rd story addition. So, and it's really back in the distance. Only have to zoom in, literally almost take a photograph, zoom in to get a sense of the addition. Okay, next. These are other precedents of showing 3-story addition. We don't think we need to dwell on that, because we know there are some good precedents, some bad precedents that I would like to probably just show that they're out there. We don't like to dwell on those. So I would like to conclude by asking Steve if you can go back to slide number 9. So,
see, I don't see numbers on these. So, is this not?
I think you got it. You probably wanted to show the one that showed the proposed addition, the lowest one, the last one.
This
there
one.
You go. That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. So, in conclusion, we do believe that the rear addition is compatible with the building and with the neighborhood. I think it complies virtually with all the compatibility criteria listed in the historic preservation guidelines. The proportion, scales, the orientation, massing, height, roof shape, and later we learned that reversibility is very good, because now we actually, if you take the addition back, nothing doesn't impact the historic building at all. More specifically, we meet the criteria of a rear addition. That is, if and when visible, it should be compatible. Furthermore, with the guideline for front and side addition, if compatible, should not be more than 1 story higher or lower than the historic structure. And the guideline says rear addition can be up to 2 stories higher or lower than the historic structure. So in the case of this project, our rear addition is only 2'6" higher than the gable roof from the ridge of the historic building. Only 2'6" And then on the high point is only 4 feet, 4'6" higher than the ridge. So it really is not visible except from one specific corner on 4th Street and one area, specific location on East Street. So, so we are not even a full story higher than the existing, than the original historic structure. So, so finally, as recommended the guideline, we wanted to contrast the historic, contrast it with the historic structure. We did not want to mimic it or duplicate it in any form. We did not want to create a false sense of history. So we think we're kind of hit almost all the point on the guideline, and we hope the board will tend to agree with us and with the revision that we've done after the staff report and further discussion with Steve. And that will conclude the architect presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you just clarify again what revision you made based on the staff report? Because the staff report asks that you remove a floor, but you still have 3 floors here. Did you just lower it overall?
Correct. We did not reduce the floor. We just lowered it to the extent possible.
Okay, and so how much of a height reduction is that?
Initially from 34 or 35 to 28.
Okay.
It's almost 6 feet from the initial proposal to the proposed one.
Okay. Okay. And Steve, were you and Moira convinced by that reduction?
We certainly think the proportional relationship is better. Clearly the addition is bigger and still taller, but it's certainly improved. I think our primary concern was that despite the sightline study, you would see this over top the roof of the existing building as you got sort of longer views away from it. I think this proposal, and again, don't know this from a separate mock-up, but from the additional setback and the lower height, we're more confident that it would not be seen over top of the roof of the building, which I think is the most important thing. Because when you see an addition or another building immediately behind an historic house like this, that's obviously not a good relationship. I think we were a little bit less concerned about the visibility from both E Street and through the side yard, because again, as the photographs showed, you already sort of see the neighboring addition from E Street, and this would just be silhouetted against it. And the oblique view through the side yard is so limited, and I don't think it would be viewed as something that feels, incompatibly massive looming back behind the house there.
It does feel large relative to the house, though. That's the
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like it's subservient to the main body of the house. And I assumed, based on the original request in the staff report, was that was what.
Well, again, our initial ask was to simply remove a floor. I think that would clearly be a very compatible solution. It would be very much secondary in height and massing to the house. The question is whether or not this sort of half floor reduction is sufficient.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. We'll talk about that. Thanks, Steve. Other questions from board members?
No, I don't have any.
Okay. Beth Purcell is registered to speak on this application, so let's hear from her, and then we can come back to the board for questions.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Beth Purcell. I'm testifying on behalf of the Capitol Hill Restoration Society. And thank you for considering our comments. First, the ADU, we believe the design and the materials are appropriate and that it is compatible. We agreed with the staff's analysis of the addition to the historic house. We also agree that the revised plans are a significant improvement. The setback and there is reduction in the height of the addition. We think that now the visibility has been greatly reduced in the revised plans. And we think that it is now compatible. And so thank you for considering our comments.
Okay, great. All right. Any questions for Ms. Purcell from the board? All right. Thank you. So we'll turn back to the board. Testimony was pretty favorable, so normally we would allow the applicant to respond to the comments, but since it was so favorable, I'm not sure that you have any response to make. But does the board have questions?
I believe the owner has a statement to make.
Okay. All right.
This is Juliana speaking. Could you let me know who the owner is?
Kyle Lehman.
Hi, good afternoon, folks. Can you hear me okay? Okay, wonderful. Thanks for having us today and considering this. Just want to really quickly, share a couple thoughts from my wife and I, which is, we view ourselves as stewards of the property. Yes, we're living here. Yes, we have a growing family occupying the space. Yes, we have elderly parents that, may be living with us at some point that we want to make sure we're prepared to support. But we also acknowledge and know that, this house was here before us. It's going to be here after us, and we want to make sure that we leave it in good condition, and in good shape, in keeping with the the nature and the characteristics of the neighborhood. We taz the odd with figuring out a way to fit modern life into this historic home. We're all in this hybrid work environment, which takes up a little bit more space in the house than maybe it once did. We're kind of seeing that return to multi-generational housing that is perhaps more common in the past and is becoming common again. Obviously it's a lot of life to fit into a smaller historic property. We certainly did not want anything that would loom over or detract from that existing property, and we think Ziad's accomplished that wonderfully. I know, looking at this elevation, which I think is a beautiful elevation, it is sadly an elevation that nobody will ever see in reality, because of the building, just a few feet away at 506. So I think, even though the rear addition certainly is a sizable increase in the space to the house, the essential experience of the original historic core of the house, that wonderful two-story gable roof with the porch front, that's going to be intact when you approach the house. It's going to be intact when you're taking pictures of the cherry blossom tree out front, and it's going to be intact for us and future owners to come home to every day. As Ziad has said, we think it's a really wonderfully compatible and uniquely compatible addition to a unique property and in a unique block that has a lot more variation perhaps than some of the other areas of the hill, and sandwiched in kind of in between these two corners of the 4-story buildings. So we appreciate the board's consideration of all of this, and we hope that you find it as wonderfully and uniquely compatible as we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final questions from the board? All right, then I think we're ready to deliberate. If so, I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras. And I appreciate that the applicant has listened to the staff's recommendation and made pretty significant reductions to the height of this addition, and reduced its visibility pretty significantly, although it is going to be visible from certain vantage points, as we saw in the presentation. There are other properties, additions that are also visible from those same vantage points. So I am inclined to support.
When you say other properties are visible, those were all done prior to the historic district, right? They're not ones that have been approved.
I'm not sure.
Review board.
I don't know
Right.
when they were done. I
Well,
just
the one that's shown in
saw
the staff report predates.
No, the one with the rounded roof, Gretchen?
Yeah, that's staff
No,
report. 8-year data.
unfortunately, that was approved by our
Oh.
through the review process.
When?
About 20 years ago. I don't know who the incompetent staff person was that worked on that. I'm sure we've fired him since then, but it was a different era. We were
Yeah.
trying it out, and yeah, yeah.
Got it. Well, I guess I don't consider it precedent. Maybe
No,
that's a
let's
safer
not.
argument. Yeah.
All right, so I'll take that back, but I do appreciate the reduction in height. And am inclined to support it. I think it would have been certainly better had it been reduced by a full story rather than just a half, but I'm satisfied with the half. Other thoughts? Nope. Okay.
For me, I don't know. For me, I differed a little bit. I think just because of the scale of this building and the scale of some of the other buildings in comparison with others on the hill, that I think a story off would be more appropriate as an addition and not as dominating to the original architecture of the building. But I'm a little bit on the fence because of how much you can't see it and how the configurations of the rear yards, not any kind of well-organized alley or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Just a lot of building with a little historic building.
Yeah, I mean, normally we would want the addition to be, again, subservient to the historic resource.
Yeah.
And it's only because of its lack of visibility or prominent visibility that I think we're even considering it.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Gretchen. I'm somewhere between not necessarily being happy with it, but certainly being pleased that there was some reduction in height. I'm somewhere between there and thinking that it doesn't quite go far enough. So I could probably be swayed either way.
If this were 1 story off and 2 stories, not 3 stories, with the ADU, I have no problem with the ADU, just saying that right now. But if this were 2 stories, I have no problem with it at all. It's the 3rd story that makes it tricky for me, even with the reduction.
Sure. Yeah, the another thing that I didn't add is that we do have the ANC's report indicating a unanimous vote of 7-0 in support of this.
Yeah.
So that helps.
And I was pleased to hear Beth Purcell from Capitol Hill Restoration Society give her stamp of approval. She knows this neighborhood very well, and I respect her opinion when it comes to matters of historic preservation here. So I was swayed, but normally I would have been more inclined to say that this should be 2 stories. So I don't know where we stand, but I'll put a vote out. I'll put a motion out there unless others have other thoughts they want to share. Okay, then I'll put a motion out there and we'll see where it goes. Because it sounds like we have a few of us who are on the fence. So I will make a motion to support the revised concept with its reduction in height to 28 feet at the highest point.
I'll second, Madam Chair.
Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And anyone oppose?
Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm opposed.
Okay, all right. It's rare that we get a split vote, but I think that's fair.
Did Andrew vote?
He did. He voted.
I did. I supported
Okay,
the
great.
resolution.
So it's 3-1.
Yes.
Thank you.
I guess just to make the point that we were on the fence, I say no, right? Like I feel like because I have the luxury of being able to do that, and it doesn't defeat this entirely, but I would like staff to continue to work with the applicant on ensuring that this is not visible at all. If there's a way to further reduce or compact this so we don't see it, even if it's pushing it back farther, a 3-story addition to a 2-story 800 square foot house is a pretty sizable addition. And it's about the size and variety of housing within these historic districts that's important. And for the longevity that goes beyond all of us and the applicants, it's great you want your parents to move in. It's really nice that your kids are growing older and you continue to, but this is about longer than our lives, right? This is about the historic district. And it goes beyond all of us. And one of the things that's important is the variety of size of housing within that historic district.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that my piece?
Yes.
Well said.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. Well, that concludes our day for today, and we are now officially in our summer recess.
Great.
So,
Marissa, did you see my email in response to yours?
I did, yes. I'm calling you as soon as we disconnect. Thank you,
great.
Steve.
Yep, sure thing.
great. All right. We'll see you all in September. Enjoy the rest of the summer. Bye.